Hey there. And, fuck the lot of you. Oh, man. Fucking. Between Skeptic, I don't know who Kai is, and fucking Cat. Fucking, he's this German author and philosopher who studied under Hegel fan club. That basically went, fuck that noise, went on the rest of his life writing about how selfishness is his best critique of meta-ethical harassment. You're gonna pay for that one, Cat. Hey there, Fister. Straight up. Let's listen to Mitre's newest song. I just heard it over. I heard like half of it over on Curios. Something might does actually make right. Because it's a proper banger. Like, this is more up my alley. Mitre's finally making music for me. Hey, Zippy. Yeah, it's a fucking bop. I've told Mitre numerous times, like, I don't go for the club shit. I like the more, like, melodically complex and, you know, like I told him, like, stay at home and do drugs music. So how's everyone doing tonight? It does, Rabbit. And hey there, Rabbit. Oh, Rabbit. Oh, god damn it. I forget I can't do that. All right. Hey, boss. Rabbit, you're gonna have to come on the air just to have a conversation with me about fucking last night. That was the thing. Guillotine, got my vaccine today. Feeling kind of crummy. Yeah, I've heard that. Dude, I need to hear more. Yeah, Guillotine, I've heard that's a lot what happens. You know, Cat, it's the way it goes sometimes. Yeah, I keep them locked and loaded. Just I have an anti-civ in the back pocket, at all times, just to torture you, Rabbit. But yeah, no, I want to hear more about that because that was fucking batshit insane. So as soon as the song's done, anytime after that, because I can't change the tab in Discord because I'm playing it out of Discord. Skeptic, no, my day was filled with weirdness. For like Estrella and Boss, I think Estrella and Boss Hog both caught my story over on Curios. My day was basically spent doing other things. Look, I'll gloss over it if you want, but it's not channel appropriate. I'm not going into the details that I went into on Curios. Zippy, I was lurking there too. Zippy heard it as well. Yes, it was quite the day. We're gonna need to clip that entire story out of Curio's stream. I'm gonna have to grab the VOD and clip it. It was it's an interesting story. And according to Curio, I did well as far as my storytelling narrative goes with my format. So yeah, apparently it's a good story. The things we do. T, this is a fucking bop. Epic. Epic. Oh, well, it goes prior to that, but fair enough. So it was a cardio day. Fucking, I'm alternating. I'm doing weights, cardio, lifting. Weights, cardio, rest. Weights, cardio, rest. And I'm sort of, you know, figuring out what I do with the other day. But hey, Kvass, does Sweet usually join the night streams? I'd love to get his read on what happened. It depends. Sweet's got weird hours sometimes. Sweet has sincerely strange hours sometimes, given he's got 2 kids and like a for realsy real job. I'm surprised the hours Sweet is up sometimes. So it's just sort of crapshoot as to whether we'll see Sweet or not. Yeah, oh yeah, completely, skeptic, 100%. But I'm fucked either way. All right, fucking Rabbit, get your punk ass in here. I'm fucked either way, so I might as well make the most of it, right? Like, I've sort of turned that corner. I'm used to suffering. A risk management analyst in a vice president position for a private investment bank. All right, cool. So yeah, like a for realsies job. Like a couple of $1 billion maybe on the line. Don't know, I've never explicitly asked him. So yeah, it's most assuredly one of those types of jobs, which is hilarious given he's an anarcho-syndicalist. But he's made interesting strides with his company as far as you know, pushing them in directions that are more you know, equitable and more socially responsible and those sorts of things. He is working it from the inside. He really is. Fair enough, Fister. Fair enough. All right, so I checked Catfish. Sorry, but we're just having a conversation here. I got open office. I got open office open and rolling around to see what sticks. You know, you just have to use it, Kvass. You just have to use it for a while. What is the intersection between anarchist ideals and recognitions of power dynamics? Well, I mean, you know, a lot of, well, I suppose post-anarchists use a whole lot of Foucault, who specializes in power dynamics and the analysis thereof. And anarchism, fucking, I don't know, maybe it gave rise to intersectionality prior to the term even of intersectionality. So there's that. Indigenous philosophies, as far as that's okay. Yeah, like I'm not sure you understand indigenous philosophies, and I'm not going to speak on them with authority, but we do have somebody in chat right now who is literally an anthropologist, a professor, and an indigenous person who specializes in this field, who can tackle the anti-freedom and anti-individualism aspect of your comment. For sure. Just finished reading this book called General Theory by Keynes. Well, if you're gonna hate me for saying this, but his heart in the right place. Oh, Keynesian economics. Yeah, skeptic. They are gonna hate you. They are. Oh, Kvass. No, it's Rabbit. This is Rabbit's literal professional field. And in the meantime, Kat, how's your internet tonight? You want to jump on? Because it's gonna be a weird night anyway. It was a weird day, so fuck it. Might as well make it a weird night. You're on the PC. Okay, so see you in a second.
Making me give up my rhythm games and shit.
Fuck your rhythm. Fuck your weeb rhythm game. Yeah.
What's good, motherfucker?
Did you have fun? Do you have fun in my town?
Honestly, in some ways it was a lot worse than I remembered.
Yeah.
And in other ways it was pretty cool.
We have a lot of shiny shit, but I mean, for the most part, it's really kind of boring.
It just feels I don't know, something about it just kind of this time around it just felt like fuck, dude. What happened to this fucking place?
It fucking died.
Good God
Dude,
damn,
COVID
so-
fucking hit Vegas hard. We took
It did.
we took it in the fucking nuts on that one.
It's bad.
Wait, Skeptic Cat was out in my town, Vegas, for their birthday over the weekend.
Yeah.
Um,
Things changed after I left. It's my fault. Well, god damn it, Australia. It was kind of fun before. Why? Why you gotta do that to us?
yeah, it's the fact of the matter is the further back you go in time, the more degenerate a place becomes usually. And places like Las Vegas or Times Square in New York, right? The degeneracy is part of the appeal. It's part of the charm. And the more you
Right.
like corporate whitewash it and like family friendly it up, the more it just becomes like some weird perverted Disney World. And it's
That's a good way to put it.
yeah, it's just not the same. It's not the same. I mean, I haven't been here, like, I wasn't here in the fucking 80s and the 70s and shit, but I can tell you just in the time that I've been here, I've definitely seen this place change. Yeah, there's aspects of Vegas that have been just cleaned up, quote unquote, that will, the locals were just kind of like, yeah, but that was kind of the appeal.
All right, well, that's kind of the thing that I felt is that, like, it kind of... Like, cleaning it up, ironically, made it feel dirtier than it was. You know what I mean?
Yes. Yeah, it makes it, it's more corporate. It's more like, oh God, how do I want to put this? Kvass, also the three temples is true as fuck, and everyone should read it if they've yet to. Temples is on command for everybody. And thank you, Kvass. Yes, it's long been one of my philosophies, those three temples. Yeah, there's something about like adding that sterile corporate aspect to Vegas that just makes it really fucking weird. Yeah, not a fan. Not a
Like, not
fan.
even the hoods are the same, you know?
No.
Like, it just... Like, fuck, man.
Hey, Fertus. Fertus, it's wide open tonight. We're gonna do one of the I'm just leaning into it. I just sort of expect the night show tonight. After the day I had, I'm expecting the night show to be really fucking weird. So I'm just leaning into it, like right out of the gate. So, whatever, whenever, Fertus. Fucking French bastard needs his coffee, apparently. Weakling. Love you, Fertus.
You want a cigarette with that one, Tratus?
Yeah, I went for my first, I told this story in magnificent form, I must add, over on Curios, from beginning to end, no details spared. We're gonna skip a lot of fucking details for this channel. But
Right.
I had my first laser hair removal appointment today. Yeah. Yeah, I'm telling you, that VOD is worth watching. That is 10 minutes. That is, I mean, people were saying they were fucking dying in chat. Like, it's legitimately just okay, sure, that happened. It was quite the experience. Kvass, you haven't replaced your blood with coffee yet? Oh, just fucking jumping in. Let's do
Who's
this.
here?
Yep.
Oh, shit! We got the old band back together.
Yeah, I've been away for quite some time.
Yeah, well, I spoke to you. You had stuff. You had stuff.
I live.
Right.
But to catch you up, fucking Kai is on roids and doing laser hair removal.
The laser hair removal is new. Did you decide just to fuck it? I'm not gonna shave anymore, which I can.
Oh no, it's not the face.
Oh.
Like I said, this story is not channel appropriate. Like, go watch the VOD from Curios today, and to get all of the gory details, or hang out after the show. I don't mind. Fucking sharing the whole lot of it, because there was a series of just like, oh, that happened incidents. It was funny as fuck, right? But yeah, I'd recommend just listen to the VOD from Curios today. It was funny.
Did you get it lasered or?
Yeah.
Huh.
Yeah, we're doing it.
It didn't hurt at all, right? You don't feel
It
anything
feels
when you do
it feels like somebody's poking you with a needle, but not to draw blood, just to the point where you're like, that's sharp, that's sharp, that's sharp. You know, that sort of feeling.
Interesting.
Yeah, that's sort of what it feels like. Also,
So less than a tattoo.
yeah. Oh, yeah. It's like the machine has a very cold stream of air coming from two directions,
Sweet.
like extraordinarily cold, to offset the burn from the laser. And so yeah, it's basically like this just jet nozzle of cold air plus a needle poking you over and over.
Interesting.
Yeah. Fister, yes. Amongst other things, yes. Yeah. So, yeah, did you see that fucking Ghislaine Maxwell shit? 3 million pages of evidence. 3 million pages of evidence got entered in.
Oh my fucking god, man.
Like, I mean, how much fucking...
Only that motherfucker was still alive.
Like, how... I mean, Jesus fucking Christ. 3 million pages of evidence.
That's a
Epstein,
problem.
right?
It's no more stank now. Yeah, it was. Yeah, that was just fucking. I saw that headline today. I was like, to be fair, it kind of sounds funnish. It's okay. So I mean, I'm a gay dude, and I had a like aggressive, small Latino woman just manhandling me. All right, like this.
Nice.
This is how this went down. Right? Yeah, her name was Rosa, and she don't give two shits about any sort of whatever. Like, she gonna move what she needs to move. She gonna grab what she needs to grab. She gonna hold whatever she needs to hold to get her job done. Do not get in her way. Yeah.
Uh-oh.
Yeah.
Okay, fuck it, I'm in. Let's do this.
Yeah. Yeah. And as I told over in Curios, I was, and Trey was like, God damn it, you cut me off on that one. I was like, I know where you're headed, you fucking twisted prick. I actually told the woman, I said, you are legitimately the first woman to see me naked since my mother changed my diapers. Like, legitimately. Like,
How did she react?
she just they're all super chill and like really like good humored about it. The entire salon is really good humored because quite frankly what they specialize in, like we see, like they do the asshole bleaching, they do all that sort of stuff. And it's like, so they spend their days literally like, with people up on their hands and knees and shit like that. It's, they have to have a sense of humor.
Right.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Hey
By the
RV.
way.
Yeah, they do it all the
could-
fuck time.
Oh,
Oh, there's
shit.
Rabbit.
What's good?
Hey Rabbit.
motherfucker?
I just
Oi,
quickly
Rabbit.
before we get into this, I have some poetry I want to read you. I was hoping you'd, let me know what you think.
Why?
Okay.
Why?
It's
You
not the gayest
you're
thing I ever heard you say to somebody else.
Oh, no. It's a callback to last night.
Still gay as fuck. Going on record now.
It was so painful.
I've got you at 200%. Is there anything you can do to drive your volume up, Rabbit?
Oh, probably. Give me a sec.
All right. That's
How's that?
better.
There we go.
Louder.
For some reason, my gain, the adjuster on it, is really fucking sensitive. So instead of going from like 1, 2, 3, 4, it goes like 1, 5, 8, and I'm like, that doesn't help me.
Yeah, well.
So
So for those of you that weren't here last night, we had a really interesting individual come through who
Yeah, let's put that in air quotes.
had
I was half asleep for that.
had some very particular worldviews and specific ideologies that they were espousing. To long and short it, they were anti-civilization, primitivist sort of territory. Society needs to die for humanity to survive, and we must go back to monkey, unironically.
Oh.
So,
Yeah.
so what happened after I left you guys? Because I literally did. I ended the stream. I said, like, and the stream is over. I'm going to jump over to Curio really quick. Gone. Like, that was...
You abandoned us because you're a monster.
Yeah, I just, like, you saw a puff of dust where Kai used to be. I was like, and I'm out. I was in... During that entire thing, I
You were on
was...
the floor.
Dude... I
We're on
was
the floor.
I was getting up and walking away. I was outside. I went and got a snack. I continually just walked away because I have nothing to say to that person after a certain point. Like, after you unironically are okay with eliminating like 95% of the global population, right, with your ideology, like, what do I have to say to you? You're a fucking genocidal maniac. You're a monster. I'm done with you. But he wanted to drag in a whole bunch of, like, but the indigenous people shit. And so...
I mean, the argument sounded more, at a certain point, it sounded more as that it was a little bit more personal and about because it was not a discussion of science, it was a discussion of beliefs.
Yeah.
that
Oh, it
he
absolutely
held.
wasn't. And that was...
yeah.
Okay, so let's pull back a little bit. I tend to not get a lot of anti-civ people in my life, but even in my professional encounters or even on streams, because they already know that we're not all that welcoming to their message. And for whatever reason, I don't know why, but like they're
You know.
willing to debate, anarchists and socialists and shit on the question of anti-civ, but they're not really willing to engage with actual natives. And I'm now suspicious the reason that's true is because we have this nasty habit of not being their fantasy.
Yeah.
Well, he
Yeah.
unironically made a call for a return to the Garden of Eden. His words, quote, unfucking quote, we need to go back to a Garden of Eden.
Yeah.
And then he did some, like, noble savage fucking Mein Kampf bullshit.
I
Look,
think we should go
God
back
will
to the
hand us
magical
bananas.
city of Atlantis. Like, the ancients handed it down to us with all that fancy technology, I think we should go back to that.
Yeah, Joe's right. God will hand us the bananas.
Yeah.
You all
Yeah.
know that we know that God exists because bananas, right?
Yeah, oh yeah, I've
Magic
heard that.
City of
I've heard that
Atlantis, that's
argument
much
as
better.
well. That's
Okay.
always a beautiful argument when they're like, but it's the perfect. Shut up, you fucking idiot! Like, we did so much fucking selective breeding on that goddamn plant. Like,
Well, and even Sue. Okay, so there were so many different vectors from which this was an incredibly weird conversation. At one point, he actually said that Swede and I weren't valid because we've been to college.
Yes.
So we've been brainwashed.
I caught a bit of that. That's also.
Well, this is where it got funky because Sue was in the call and Sue's like, I haven't been to college. What the hell are you talking about? And I know what he was trying to say was, okay, then, but I'm not brainwashed and I'm telling you they're right. So what does that make you? And dude immediately pivoted to, well, I value your experiences more than that. And Sue caught it. I was really proud that at that moment, Sue was like, no,
Oh,
I'm not taking the flattery here.
Zippy, this happened off
Sue
air.
was like, yeah, because Sue was like, what the fuck is that supposed to mean? I haven't been to college, therefore I'm what? Is that a backhanded compliment? So it was kind of reassuring that.
I mean,
So caught it, yeah.
I just there is within the like leftist Twitch space, there is some serious and I don't say this lightly because I know fucking people on the left overuse this and fucking misuse it, but there is some serious fetishization of indigenous people. right? Like of like
Oh, God, yeah.
indigenous lifestyles and shit like that. And like sincerely, I have seen it over and over at this point that it's like none of your opinions matter. Well, they're indigenous. You're like, what the fuck was that?
That's a nice scale.
Thank you.
Good pitch. Excellent. Well done.
Not bad.
Yeah, way out of my fucking key too. Way out of my typical register. Yeah,
Guess
it
who's
was
showing up.
it was fucking weird. Hey,
Hello.
what's up,
How
you
are you doing?
French bastard?
Hey.
Yeah, no, it
God,
was
it's him.
so. What prompted him to start reading y'all poetry?
Okay, so, and I do want to get to the
Hey, thank you.
anti-freedom question.
Thank you for
at
the
some
follow,
point.
Gargle. Yeah. Well,
Just because I think
tell
it's a valid question.
tell you what, let's because we can
Gargoyle.
we can riff for a while. So go ahead and address the anti-freedom thing.
Oh, okay. Well, and there was even like a qualifier talking about the interconnectedness
Yes.
idea that a lot of tribes have. Let me see here. Oh yeah, we're not autonomous beings. We're actually-
I
our-
caught that. It was a bit weird.
Yeah, our actions are influenced by and therefore influencing of others. I don't necessarily disagree with that, at least for some tribes. There are several that don't really have that same position to take, but I don't personally see that as anti-freedom. It's just an acknowledgement that you're part of an interconnected system. You can still make choices. You're just acknowledging that those choices have consequences.
Yeah.
And I don't really see how that's a conflict with even what anarchists argue. You can be an asshole if you want to, but recognize that other people are going to not like you when you do that.
So
Am I
wait,
wrong?
hang on. Let me try and wrap my head around this. So indigenous communities aren't a monolithic entity with one singular position in thought across the entirety of the board. That's okay. So that's weird. And two, you're telling me that indigenous people are people?
Well,
Shocked
I mean,
peek at your
yeah.
face.
Well, I mean, and they said, I'm Anishinaabe. I realize they're coming from a different social complex than like my people out on the islands, because we have a little bit more trouble being that level of interconnected because you live on an island. You've got to go out. You don't have as much chance to just stew in your own juices.
Islands,
so to speak.
islands are the best. Sorry.
Yeah, they are.
There. Sorry.
Plot twist. Keep reading it now. But yeah, so I don't necessarily concur that is an anti-freedom position to take. I think in many ways it's more of the like the distinction on anarchism versus anarchist. I think it's a more anarchist philosophical approach to the question that yeah, you can make your own choices, but everybody else is also making their own choices, and so you've kind of got to work toward the greater good at some point. I don't think that's
And
anti-freedom.
their last sentence really weirded me out. In the end, we're not so special that we deserve to be able to do what we want, and must consider our place and impacts on all with every action. One, that seems, unfeasible. For the average functioning human being, that's not a thing you can do. And two, that's a terrifying statement to me, that we're not so special that we deserve to be able to do what we want.
It kind of goes.
Yeah,
Doesn't it kind of go into the Christ died on the cross for your sins, so shut up and complain and work? It kind of feels. It goes. Kind of feels along those lines.
It just feels authoritarian to me, quite frankly.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Seems along- yeah, exactly. That's exactly what I mean. Yeah,
It definitely cuts deep.
authoritarian.
It definitely cuts deep to me as an egoist. It's literally just your ideology's wrong. Fuck you.
Yeah.
well, and I get where y'all are coming from. The way I read it, and this certainly may not be the way it was intended, but the way I read it was almost as an answer to the satanic approach of "do as you will shall be the whole of the law."
Well, that's the egoist position. Is
it is, but it doesn't deny This to me is the like dividing line. It doesn't deny that other people will have a reaction to that. Like being aware of the fact that other people will have a reaction, rather than saying, no
Yeah.
matter what everybody else's reaction is, fuck them.
But then the absolute in that statement kind of bothers me, because I think it's super important to consider other people's reactions and not be a complete egoist. But
See, this is the thing.
it
Catfish.
was absolute. It was absolute.
I'm not sure how
Consider all of it.
I'm not sure how complete or fleshed out your white ideals are, as they tend to be anarchist. Yeah, oh yeah, literally in air quotes, white ideals. My white ideals tend to be anarchist, but it doesn't fit well. I don't know you, and I haven't had any like back and forth with you at length. And I mean, stick around for a few weeks, we'll figure it out. But I mean, if you haven't had much anarchistic experience and read up on your theory, and then your anarchist ideals could be leaning one direction. You could have had a Stirnerist, individualist, egoist influence, and you're like, how do I rectify this with my communitarian or communalist practices of my indigenous side? Meanwhile, you're not integrating, or you haven't integrated a more mutualist, anarchist sort of aspect, right? Like there are anarchistic tendencies, theories, and praxis that are super communitarian and very much about the social group. Even to the extent of over the individual in some cases, but they tend to trend a different direction. It usually is individual autonomy, but to the benefit of the social group. So, without knowing that about you, it's difficult for me to even get a read on that. But if you've come across and you've integrated a whole host of individualist, like egoist tendencies, then yeah, I could see how you could be at odds with that. But there's other anarchistic practices and theories out there that would more readily integrate with those ways of life.
It's a question of understanding that respecting the freedom and autonomy of others in the end benefits yourself. I'm gonna find something to say here.
Just hold on. Let him get the coffee drip going in his vein. He'll get there. It's fucking what?
I gotta get my second coffee.
What time is it for you fuckers?
You Europeans.
It's
Right?
it's 9:15.
All right.
9:15, yeah.
Wait, what? It's 9:15. How are you even awake yet?
I've been awake for an hour. I already had my first coffee. For two
No,
seconds.
not you. For two.
Yeah.
I know.
Doesn't Produce get up at like 11?
I was up till 3, something like that.
Hey Duffy. Duffy's 3 a.m. and been awake for 3 hours. Nice.
Respect that, Duffy.
Yeah.
But yeah, the collective empowers the individual. Like as Newton said, we stand on the shoulders of giants. We right now talk through the internet, which was built upon the many man hours of
Al Gore.
volunteer
Yes.
the time to develop open software. So yeah,
Al Gore and Hedy Lamarr,
Dude, that's the Hedy Lamarr cut. I respect that. Most people don't know about the frequency hopping and Hedy.
Oh no, I give her props.
Yeah. That's if
I have
yeah, if anybody's wondering what Rabbit and I are talking about, Hedy Lamarr in response to World War II.
Yeah.
Sat
missiles.
down at a bar in a nightclub, concerned about the jamming technologies and the radio technologies of the era, sketched out what would become the basis for frequency hopping, and is the foundational technology for Wi-Fi, cellular communications, satellite broadcasts. I mean, like, legitimately, this, who Hedy Lamarr was like a piece of ass, right? Like, she was famous Hollywood and super hot, and she just sat down and fucking at a bar and was like, yeah, there's frequency hopping. It's Yeah, it's one of those like it's like finding out Britney Spears created like AES encryption or something, right? It's in that category of just like, wait, what? Yeah,
She's also the one who's the origin of the quote, "It's not hard to be glamorous, just sit there and look stupid."
yeah, she was one of the ones who knew what she was fucking doing. She, you know, there was no like, oh, she's just some bimbo who's pretty. No, she was extraordinarily brilliant and knew exactly what she was doing, and she was leveraging her sexuality. Yeah. Yeah, I have mad respect for that woman.
My favorite part of that story is she based the idea off of a thing that her dad had done to synchronize dual autoplay pianos. Because he had a stage performance show where these two pianos that weren't connected by any wires would still sync up, and he just used a radio to do it. And she was like, "Oh shit, I think I could work with that," and completely redesigned it and turned it into a cell phone. Like, what? All right. So you were bored on a Thursday?
Yeah, I mean she went to a fucking nightclub, sat down at the bar, and was like sketched out foundational technology that would revolutionize the world.
She
Yeah.
was definitely a genius.
Yeah, she was a trick.
No, Karina, we're talking about Hedy Lamarr. The Britney Spears comparison is just because, I mean, Hedy Lamarr was seen as this sort of, you know, sex symbol. She was one of the first sex symbols, to be perfectly honest, in Hollywood. And, I mean, just a pretty face and an actress. She was extraordinarily brilliant and astoundingly cunning. Yeah, she worked those men.
She really did.
Yeah.
She was one of the first vamps.
Yeah. And Jake Miles, no, I haven't seen the new Candace Owens show on the Daily Wire.
Oh boy, oh boy.
That's
See,
true.
there's only so much self-torture I can do. I'm just not that into BDSM. I'm really not.
I can't do it.
I you know,
much.
only within sexual spaces, right? Like it's not a lifestyle for me. There's some of the, I've known those people. It's a lifestyle. It's cool. You do you. But you know, keep it in the sexual spaces for me. Like, yeah, I don't need to self-flagellate, you know, when I'm just out walking around and shit.
Pretty much.
Yeah.
Well, it's like that joke. I told him to tie me up, and he did, and I told him to torture me, so he turned on Candace Owens and left the room for an hour. No, this did not turn me on.
Before we go anywhere, because I so need to know about the poetry. Before we go anywhere, I'm gonna put an image on screen. That was posted in the Anarchism subreddit today. That was just, you're gonna love it. You're gonna absolutely adore it. Don't mind us.
I can't.
What? Proud to support our community.
Are they
Oh.
arresting trans people? Is that the point? It's just the mix of imagery.
No.
It's too much.
Is this progress?
This is
Yeah.
this. Yes, Zippy. It's literally the meme. It's literally the meme. All I want to know, who the first trans drone pilot is, because that's been the
Right.
meme for me since the beginning. More trans drone pilots. Like, I want to know who the first trans drone pilot is. I want their fucking, like, I want a statue built of them just so we can have fucking this is just this isn't what progress looks like, folks. This isn't it. Oh, yeah, I saw that one. I was just like, hey, Key Lime. I saw that. I was like, yep, that's it right there. That's pretty much what it looks like, folks.
Amazing.
Okay, so we're going to loop back around. PFC Carla Holmes is the first trans drone pilot. Are you shitting me, Duffy? I'll take that over Punisher logos.
You know what?
In a
That-
sense,
No,
I'm not
straight
gonna
up.
deny that.
No, he won. He did it. He beat the game.
that was the competition. We've now officially okay.
Okay. So I'm gonna, now that we've addressed the, you know, the other issue, we have to loop this back around because I'm sorry, I need to know what was the fucking there was a military drone pilot. All right, cool. So shout out to PFC Carla Holmes for
Sure.
giving us that representation that we always wanted. Everything's equal now. Trans people are bombing children in the Middle East. So we square, we're good. Representation, equality, equity, good. Moving on.
matters.
Yep, trans rights solved.
Yep.
That's how it works. That's what I've been informed.
Thank God.
You know,
Thank
racism
God.
was solved when we put Obama in office. I mean, as far as I can tell, this is how you solve problems. So, what was the conversation? Like, what was the lead up to this motherfucker? Like reading you some like high school diary poetry.
Okay, let me qualify this in a couple of different ways. First, you may have noticed while he was on stream, he kept like making assertions about how all natives lived,
Yeah.
and then I would say, "What are you?
Cool.
You know, what tribe are you talking about? And then
He
would
was
just,
wrong
like,
100% of the time. He tried one of those. He didn't.
yeah,
he,
like we didn't have agriculture.
he didn't connect. He didn't connect a single fucking swing. There was pitch after pitch after pitch. He didn't connect a single fucking time. It was hilarious. Like, oh, but the Europeans had large cities and the indigenous had small disconnected communities. And I mean, it's just one after another after another.
Yeah, which he talked about population density, I believe was the way that he phrased that.
Yeah.
Was natives had a much more sparse population density. Like what? The capital cities in Central America were larger than Madrid. What are you talking about? Anyway, but okay, so we get off stream, and Kai fucking bounces. 'Cause-
I would peace out. Like I'm not kidding. I literally hit the stop streaming. I said, okay, and we're clear. I'm gonna go over to Curio real quick. Disconnect. Like it was just one fucking fluid motion, and I'm on Curios.
Well, Estrella, I can tell you why I know that he was not a student
You
who
never
was,
against
you know,
sex
trying to
shirts.
get back at an anthro professor. Because he made it abundantly clear that he's never been to college because he does not accept the brainwashing of the academic institution. He actually said those words, the academic institution.
You know, that's
Harvard? I don't.
that
How many
singular.
brackets is that?
Yeah.
Yeah, all colleges are one college. It's a sort of a hive mind. It's handy that way.
Same with indigenous people, I hear.
Sure, but okay, so I didn't realize that he was still in voice chat. I think he muted. I don't know, but it was like the reason it threw me off was because I don't know if you noticed on stream, but he was kind of chewing when he was talking. I think he had sunflower seeds or something, and the chewing noise went away. So I thought, oh, I guess he bowed out, or you know, he didn't want to fight, or you know, he was trying to hit on Kai and it failed. Any number of reasons why. But you know, he's not here anymore. It just didn't. He didn't factor into my thought process. So as soon as we get off of stream, I'm like, so Swede, I haven't talked to you. How the hell are you? You know, and we're talking about. At one point, Swede had brought up something relating to an idea that we have in Anthro, but he called it something different. So I was trying to figure out what term he had used, because we call it carrying capacity, which is how much a parcel of land can produce calorie-wise before you have to start artificially modifying it. We call that carrying capacity. He had another term for it.
Yeah,
but he couldn't
I'm
remember
familiar
what
with the anthro term. I don't know the econ term for that. I know
He
it
called
just
it-
from like gardening and farming and production.
It was, yeah, when it was like, it was something akin to like the Hubbard peak, because the Hubbard peak is how much oil can be produced. It was some name and then peak, and I didn't know the name, so I was curious to know. Oh, okay, this is, you know,
Hey,
something
Sue.
to keep in my back pocket when I need to know these terms, in case I have a student who brings it up or something. I do have econ students from time to time, and I'd be able to say, oh, this is exactly like this. Oh, okay, you know. cross-discipline is handy. And he couldn't really remember what it was, which is roughly the point where he kind of admitted that he'd sort of tuned out his own conversation. And I also admitted that I had kind of tuned out my own conversation at some point.
We'd all
So we
tuned.
were trying to...
Dude, I was fucking wandering
I was
outside.
tuned out,
The dude was fucking. What do you have to say? He was advocating for genocide.
Yeah, and not owning it. That was the worst part. Well, I mean, some people will die eventually. It's like, no, they're not going to peter out. They're not going to run out of gas. What the fuck? They're
Yeah.
going to die.
That's the
But-
scary part about this is that they didn't realize themselves what they're advocating for.
Oh, he
I think
seemed
it's
to.
with a
He
lot
just
of these times,
he
they
just
think,
didn't want to
what
own
we-
it.
What we want is peace and
He seemed
lovey-dovey
to
just for
know.
everybody.
He just didn't want to own it, in my opinion, at
Yeah,
least.
that was the thing.
Yeah.
And he kept getting mad at
That's the
me.
belief part, because he believes that what he believes is right and the better way.
Well, and he kept getting mad at
So
me
it can't be that.
because he would say, "You keep putting words in my mouth." I'm like, "No, you're saying I'm making an accusation. I'm making a statement. I'm sorry that you have a problem with the implications of what you're saying, but this is where it would lead."
Pretty
Well,
much.
I never said that. You're right. You didn't say that. I'm saying it. You can tell because you don't have the same voice that I do. Like, I mean, by that point, I was just being a dick. I'll own it. But
What?
Okay.
He was a genocidal maniac. What do you fucking want? Hey, he was a genocidal maniac who wouldn't own his shitty position, which is even worse.
well, okay. So I do remember this prompt. At some point, Swede and I, because Sue was in there, but Sue wasn't really talking at this point. Swede had asked Sue and I about some, indigenous ideas about the afterlife and such. So we're just kind of shooting the shit. And then Swede and I started talking about the relationship between economic social analysis and anthropological social analysis. And Swede was saying, I would be interested to know, because I was talking about my thesis when I was in college and about trade relationships in the Caribbean. He said, oh my God, we should do a twofer video on this one. This would be really interesting to cover. So we started talking about foundational concepts on social structure. Can we say that interconnected trade would be a good starting point for defining civilization? And I said, well, Anthro's definition of civilization is a group of people. Swede
Sincerely,
responded with,
like it really is that simple for anthropologists.
yeah, as far as modern anthro is concerned, our baseline definition of civilizations is any group of people with a shared sense of community and history. So if they have an interconnected language, if they share a location,
Yep.
and they share a body of beliefs, then that's really as far as we care to go. Anything further than that, and you are excluding groups of people that you don't want, rather than including new information. And we are trying to go with an inclusive model versus an exclusive model. Exclusive models kind of died out in the 1940s. So
Interesting.
anyway, well, and Swede said, I remember someone saying a quote that was something along the lines of, the real proof of civilization was the first healed femur.
Yep.
We found a bone and it was healed, which was proof that this person had been taken care of by other people. And I said, yeah, that was Margaret Mead. And actually it wasn't Margaret Mead. It was a guy who'd written a book talking about a class that he'd taken by Margaret Mead. So I did the professor thing that you just run into where you start explaining shit you don't have to explain. Dude pops in. He'd been muted the whole time. He pops in and goes, that's not the definition of civilization.
Oh,
All right, motherfucker who's never seen the inside of a fucking classroom and wants to end civilization. Please define civilization. So what was his definition of civilization?
He did indeed give me an insight, and I now understand something about the anti-civs that I didn't understand before. His definition of civilization is the first time that a group in a hierarchy restricted the food supply.
That's not...
That's his definition.
That's a broken-ass
civilization.
definition if there ever was one.
I completely agree.
Like, no wonder he's
But-
so fucked up in the head. Oh,
Lord.
by the way,
Me
I don't
too.
know if you saw L in chat when this was sort of like kicking off. I agreed wholeheartedly with L's analysis. L was just
What did,
L just said
I was
this.
keeping up a little bit.
She basically said this sounds to me like this is disharmony in the form of an existential crisis given form of in a philosophy or ideology.
Well, and at that point, Swede said something like, "Did you just quote Mein Kampf?" So,
Yeah.
I think Swede would kind of agree with that assessment. I
Yeah.
didn't see L say that, but L had several other points that I agreed with.
Yeah,
so-
oh yeah, Elle was fucking nailing that fucker to the ground as far as like what was wrong. Like it brass tacks. Like we were talking like, oh, okay, let's try and talk about the anti-civ shit. Elle was just sitting in chat basically being like, this is what's wrong with them.
Yeah,
and
so many-
fucking just
many-
knocking them out of the park. Like just, yeah, no, like, yeah, they said something and I was like, yeah, that's an existential crisis right there. And I was like, yeah.
Well, and Alraz, that's a troubling argument as well, because he kind of tried to touch on agriculture being the first sign of civilization, as in he saw that as the precursor to civilization. Really, agriculture doesn't exist in whole groups that we consider to be societies. I mean, there's other methods for maintaining a staple diet. We have pastoralism, we
Hey,
have
public.
horticultural methods. There's several different ways of maintaining a diet
Um,
that are
public, we're literally like, we're doing a recap and a decompress from dealing with that whack job anti-civer from last night.
okay. So he says that civilization is locking up the food supply. At that point, Sue laughed, which was fun. I said,
such a broken
You are
definition.
gonna have to give me a source on that, because no anthropologist from the last 60 years is gonna agree with you on that point. He's not wrong that there are anthropologists who would have said that, but they would have said it in, 1890. No modern anthro would say something like this. And I specifically said, I'm gonna need an anthro from the last 60 years who has asserted this. And he immediately said, Daniel Quinn. So Swede and I, you can hear it. Swede and I start typing. I've never fucking heard of Daniel Quinn. I don't know who this person is. Swede had never
I'm
heard.
literally searching as you say. Oh Jesus Christ! No, I've actually heard of this Ishmael novel.
Okay, I had never heard of it.
Yes.
So I start like flipping through his CV. The first one you get is the Wikipedia hit. I don't trust Wikipedia, so I'm looking at what his actual back catalog is.
Yeah.
The first thing that I get is his education history. His education history is motherfucker was going to be a monk.
Yeah.
He's a like
I-
Catholic doctrinist.
I
and
remember
then-
this fucker. Yeah.
He flunked out of the seminary and then wrote a fiction book about how society is going to collapse. I'm like, yeah, it's called the Bible. Congratulations, you rewrote. I'm not impressed.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Sweet.
The Ishmael communities and the Ishmael networks. Dude, I remember this shit. I remember coming across this in like the early 2000s or something like that.
Well, and Swede pops off with, "Oh my God, he's a Malthusian. Stop talking." that was all he said. He's like, "I can't take anything you're saying seriously from this point forward. This guy's a Malthusian. I have no interest."
Yeah, which is, again, genocidal nut job territory, excess human population. I mean, Malthus's fucking, like, cornerstone almost.
Rabbit, did you get to the good part yet?
Oh, we're getting there.
We're warming up.
When I said,
We haven't reached bottom yet.
No.
"Oh no," when I said, "Oh my God, this mofo failed out of seminary and wanted to be a Trappist monk," dude gets mad at me and says, I don't care about Malthus. I'm talking about Quinn. I said, yeah, so am I. He went to seminary to be a Trappist monk. No, he didn't. I'm looking at his bio right now.
Yeah,
he
he
was
was-
born, and I read the whole thing off.
It was
born
it was
here?
yeah, it was fucking Kentucky. He was fucking the abbey of the Lady of the Gethsemane or something like that, right? Like something along those lines.
The response I get to that, oh, well, I didn't know that. I said, you don't even know your own sources?
Jesus
Are you kidding me
Christ.
right now? And by the way, he got his degree in 1957. Remember when I said you have to have something in the last 60 years? I can do math. I don't know if you're having trouble right now, but 1950 would be more than 60 years ago.
Not
So again,
not yet, Cat. We'll get to it though.
so again, I'm going to need an actual source. That is when he pops off with a guy who I again have never heard of, but who is even less qualified to have an opinion on anything, named Derek Jensen.
Okay,
Is
that
this a name that means anything to
No,
anybody?
this is a name that
No.
is he the fucking like the oh shit hang on Green Resistance.
Yes. He's the guy who wrote the 2-volume book Endgame, which is about how all of civilization is crap and it's all going to fall.
All right, so let me. Derek Jensen, author. Let's see. Yes, eco-philosopher, radical environmentalist, and anti-civilization advocate. He's the poet philosopher of the ecological. Oh my god! I mean, this dude looks exactly like what I'd expect.
Doesn't he? The review that was offered in Publishers Weekly of his books was he cares so much about restoring the salmon that he forgot humans are people. And I'm like, wow,
Nice.
this guy's a good source. He has no qualifications. Literally, he is a dude who sat in his basement and came up with a book. And this is the one who has defined civilization as when they started locking up the food. Because if you scroll down a little bit on that Wikipedia page, you will find
Oh, he's got a mineral
Premise one.
engineering physics, BS in mineral engineering physics from the Colorado School of Mines. Interesting. Oh,
Yeah,
Masters of
he
Fine
has a-
Arts as well, creative writing. Well, he put that to work, didn't he?
yeah, he has a bachelor's degree in dirt, and other than that, he's an actor. And this is the guy who is the society philosopher on the
All right.
Green Revolution
Hold on.
and shit.
Let's do this.
The
Let's do this. Seeing as his philosophy, this was important enough to put into the philosophy section of his career, right? Let's do this. Let's loosen up, everybody. You know, loosen up. Let's get into it.
Gird your
I'm gonna
loins.
go run some errands.
All right, Joe.
I'll listen. I'll just stay away.
Two things happen as soon as you require the importation of resources. One of them is that your way of living can never be sustainable, because if you require so this is the whole import. He kept hammering this point, because if you
you noticed
require the importation of resources, it means you've denuded the landscape of that particular resource, and as your city grows, you'll denude an ever larger area. Dun dun dun. And the other thing it means is that your way of life must be based on violence, because if you require the importation of resources, trade will never be sufficiently reliable, because if you require the importation of resources and the people in the next watershed over aren't going to trade you for it, you're going to take it. Derek Jensen, book lecture for Endgame.
Do you know what his very first premise in the Endgame series is? His very first premise one on which all things are based. Civilization is not sustainable.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I mean,
That's it.
There's what he describes as inherent values, hidden premises, and modern links to supremacism, oppression, and genocide, which critiques the effects and concepts of civilization. Like he believes civilization inherently is genocidal.
God damn it, Fister.
Yeah, denude me, daddy. Like it's.
Hi, Poppy.
Let's see. Oh, you gotta go with the Estoy Caliente. Ay, papi.
Damn it.
Fucking Christ.
Every time. I can always get Cat with that one. Every fucking time. My loins were not sufficiently girded. Yeah, he exhorts readers and audiences to help bring an end to industrial civilization, promoting its dismantling by any means necessary. This motherfucker's an eco-fascist. He's also probably a terrorist, by the way.
He is a dedicated eco-fascist.
Yeah.
So this is the part where Sue is saying, have you gotten to the good part yet? Because right around here, Swede bows out. Like, just I don't mean he mutes. I don't mean that
Swede's
he,
like, and I'm
leaves the
gone.
call.
Wait,
Yeah, I don't-
Rabbit, did you explain to Kai yet and everyone how he didn't give two shits about you and Kat's education?
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, he
Yeah,
just
we-
overtly stated, I went to college, therefore I'm full of shit. But Sue, who's never been to college, is, much better off. And
But Sue created a beautiful paradox. I heard about the paradox you created, but I agree with them. So if I haven't been to college and I agree with them and they've been to college and they're brainwashed, what?
Oh, Stu did a debate, bro.
Oh yeah,
Like,
I did, didn't I?
like,
he really did.
like,
And then
go fuck
Brandon
yourself.
floated, it was the thing.
yeah, like, all right.
So this is where Swede has already checked out. Sue has openly laughed at least 3 different times that I can remember. I have said, "Are you fucking kidding me right now?" And in the middle of that, he says, "Look, can I just read you something?"
Ah, good.
And Sue, bless you, I swear to God, Sue pops off with, "Is this going to be a half-hour lecture? Because I'm not interested." I nearly died. I'm like, okay, this is okay. But no, it's only going to take a couple of minutes. Sure, what the fuck ever. He opens with this line. I can't find what part of the book this is, because I don't know that this is available on PDF, because apparently anti-civs don't believe in freedom of information. I don't know. But
I'll work
he
on it.
pops off with this opening line. Let me take you to a planet called Terpsichore, where everyone dances.
How chirps a core where everyone dances.
And here's what happened. I could feel Sue's soul kind of die a little bit. I could hear Swede's brain scream in agony. And I watched as my brain squirted out of my right ear and ran away to get a snack. And I could not tell you another word that came out of that boy's face, because I don't think any of us heard. I honestly, he went for a good 5 minutes, and I don't think any of us heard anything he said.
And you motherfuckers didn't think to record this.
Sorry. I mean,
It was off
my
air.
brain left.
Yeah, like
brain
dude, we had already spent
Sorry,
like an hour and a
brother.
half putting up with this dumbass. I'm surprised that they were still hanging in there. Like, I was on Curio Show and I was paying, I checked in, and like a half an hour later, I'm like, they're still on there. And like an hour later, I'm like, they're still fucking on there. And we're just laughing at your dumbasses for even putting up with it at that point. We're like, geez, just check out, guys.
We did. I mean, really, we did. I honest to God, I think we were all still on the call because we were just stunned, like, deer in a headlight situation. But after he does this recitation, I said, "Sue, does this sound like all of the romantic poets and the noble savage bullshit that I talked about in my video?" And he goes, "Yep." I said, "Cool. I'm gonna go. It was lovely meeting all of you. I'm gonna go." And then I bowed out, and like 3 minutes later the call was over with. But yeah, that was the moment where there was no hope of recovery. Was, let me take you to a planet called Terpsichore where everyone dances.
All right, so I have them. I've got access to them. I've got volume 1 and 2. In case anybody wants, I'm gonna skim it. I'm aware of this dude. I've never bothered reading him because, again, he's a fucking anti-civ nut job, and that's usually not the type of people that I pay a lick of attention to. But apparently there's at least one genius out there fucking regurgitating this shit. So I'm going to at least grab the PDFs. And
Oh no, Seller, he never budged. He, as a matter of fact, he like dug his heels in after he decided that because Sweet and I had been to college, we were lost. We were too brainwashed to understand the truth of his majesty or whatever the fuck.
well,
So yeah, he actually doubled down.
I mean, you know,
And somehow he felt that because I didn't go to college or university, and that my study or area of so-called expertise in the English language is in traditional indigenous way of life, that I was somehow going to be on his side.
Yeah, he was sure of that. He was
Yeah.
certain that he was going to agree with him at some point.
I mean, he was just so wrong so often. That I can't quite wrap my head around. I mean, look, I'm not. I'm literally trying. I'm not saying this with ego. I don't think I've ever been that wrong in my life.
Well, and that's what I mean. I don't want to oversell the "we were trying to change his mind" thing. I don't know what Swede's position was on it. So it didn't sound like you, by the time that thing was over with, it didn't sound like you were trying to convince him so much as you were trying to tell him not so nicely to fuck off. But I was trying to at least figure out what his source was for some of these theories. And I did at least get that information. I've never had someone who could give me a, one or two reference points to say, these are the people who I am listening to. I'm not going to listen to you.
Oh, all right.
And
So, all right. So let's have some fun, right? Let's have some fun. I'm looking at Volume 1, Endgame Volume 1. Volume 1 is called The Problem of Civilization by Derek Jensen. Table of contents. You want to know what because he doesn't do chapters per se because he's too fucking, fucking douchey for that. But you're going to love this. This is gonna frame it all for you. It really is. The first one is called Apocalypse. When a white man kills an Indian in a fair fight, it is called honorable. But when an Indian kills a white man in a fair fight, it is called murder.
what?
That's the opening. Yeah. Oh yeah. This is the opening to his book. Like, it's literally when a white army battles Indians and wins it, it is called a great victory. But if they lose it, it is called a massacre, and bigger armies are raised.
Yeah.
All right, like this is
Little Bighorn was considered a massacre for a very long time.
well, but this is the framing for this dude's entire, like, you know how that guy kept going back to the indigenous, like, noble savage shit? Like, this is why, because his fucking, like, lord and master opens his volume 1 with Apocalypse, Indian fight. Like, this is how he frames his entire argument, apparently.
Well, in Radavander, it's not a question of whether or not he's correct in that assertion. It's the way that he uses native history as a device to justify so many horrible ideas about the way history is structured. Like it's almost like a truism to say the way that information has been recorded is biased. That's a duh. Anyone who's ever studied any of these subjects can tell you that.
Well,
But
that's
if you are
Grifting
then-
101. If you're gonna tell a lie, you need a nugget of truth.
Yeah.
Yeah, and that's exactly what he's doing, because what he's adding to that is by saying, therefore, I speak to you on behalf of the brown man. And like, okay, curly-haired white boy, shut the fuck up. You don't get to advocate for genocide and, skirt the line of Mein Kampf
Maybe over.
just because you are, you're acknowledging history. That's not a thing.
He's got a premises section. So he's got his premises lined out, and he's
Of
got
course he does.
20 premises. Oh god, and he's got remodification of premise 20. Like,
Oh,
this guy,
He has 5. He has 5 remodifications of premise 20.
yeah, he does. Like, this guy is such a fucking, Oh my god, he's just such a pretentious writer. Premise 1. Civilization is not and can never be sustainable. This is especially true for industrial civilization.
Yeah.
That's not a premise, it's a conclusion.
Well, not only that, but he never defines the word civilization,
Cool.
except to say that it's when people first locked up food. Which,
I
you
love
know,
I love
both
this.
Sue and I pointed out, there are tons of indigenous societies where, you know, you're calling that civilization of some kind, and we specifically have traditions where the idea of locking up food would have been you get kicked out of the village. So really what they're arguing is natives are primitives and we need to go back to living a primitive life.
Well, I
That's
mean,
what they
that's
mean when they
premise
say
2.
anti-civ.
Premise 2, traditional communities do not often voluntarily give up or sell the resources on which their communities are based until their communities have been destroyed. They also do not willingly allow their land bases to be damaged so that other resources, gold, oil, and so on. I love he went to gold, oil. Like, I mean, can we mention the Aztecs? Can be extracted. It follows those who want the resources will do what they can to destroy traditional communities.
Okay, and right there, because I will bet you there are some people in your chat right now who are like, okay, what's wrong with that statement? Right there. Allow their land to be taken. He is literally blaming natives for the slaughter that he just said was a bad thing. He has twisted the argument. He has gone from it's bad when brown people die to brown people let themselves die.
Also, brown people never extracted resources. I mean,
Oh no, we lived in harmony. We chatted with buffaloes until they gave up their meat willingly. They just handed it to us.
Yeah.
Really.
Wait. Most of us, and I know a lot of the people that go and watch my channel, have recently, and I do believe Rabbit, hopefully you have watched that one video that I put in Momo's Discord.
I may have which one?
The one that shows that due to the solid formed ice caps up in Yukon, that once they melted, released evidence of a copperhead arrow attached to, like, it was like an elk bone.
Oh yeah, actually, there's
That's
yeah,
like
let me
800 years
well, so that's
pre-colonization.
well,
for context.
that's mining and metallurgy. So I'm gonna have to cancel your indigenous cultures because your civilization is bad for the earth and something genocide. Cool.
yes. Yeah, we were extracted, therefore we're not real.
Mhm.
No,
But,
frankly, just as an egoist, I'm just glad that there's a stranger strain of leftist thought.
Oh, this is, and by the way, I'm noticing typos. Like it's like simple grammatical spacing and fucking shit like that. It's like, not even edited well.
Hey, meth is a hell of a drug. Don't judge.
Fucking this doesn't read meth to me. This reads more like cocaine.
Oh well, okay.
Yeah.
Everybody has their thing.
Yeah, this reads more cocaine-y to me than meth. Premise 3. We're gonna slowly work our way through these because these are fucking insane and hilarious. Premise 3, our way of living, industrial civilization, is based on, requires, and would collapse very quickly without persistent and widespread violence.
Yeah, and this is where modern anthro and a critical approach to a theoretical premise is really important. Who is the us in that? Who is the audience he's talking to? Our way of life is not sustainable. What? Who? Like, you've still never said what qualifies as a civilization. You're 3 premises in and you haven't even defined your base term. You know what I mean?
Well, I mean, it's almost like this person had no formal schooling and maybe flunked out of something that, I don't know, something that formalizes oppressive religious hierarchies. I don't know, I'm sure there's a school for that. Anyway.
Hey, he has a bachelor's in dirt and he learned how to act.
Oh, that's right,
Fine.
different guy, sorry. Fucking, yeah, you're right. Fucking his BA in dirt. Should have
Yeah.
he should have had at least a like an English class somewhere along the way.
You would think.
You know, tell him what you're gonna tell him. Tell him what you tell him what you're gonna tell him. Tell him, and then tell him what you told him. I mean, Jesus Christ, come on, dude. This is like middle school shit. I kind of agree with premise 4. It has to do with the hierarchical violence and how top down is seen as permissible and rationalized. Bottom up is unthinkable and regarded with shock horror and the fetishization of victims.
Yeah, he buries bullshit under a veneer
Yeah.
of some fairly straightforward arguments. But it's the subtext of a lot of what he's saying that really hints at a much darker implication.
6, yeah, and he does. He very very willingly swings between civilization and industrial civilization in such
you
a
noticed that too, huh?
cavalier manner that is, disconcerting to say the least. His 6th premise is civilization is not redeemable. This culture will not undergo any sort of voluntary transformation to a sane and sustainable way of living. If we do not put a halt to it, civilization will continue to immiserate the vast majority of humans and to degrade the planet until civilization, and probably the planet collapses. The effects of this degradation will continue to harm humans and non-humans for a very long time. Like, dude, I'm getting Ted Kaczynski vibes here.
Yes,
This is
very much
You
so.
said it. It's ecofascism.
Yeah,
Like,
this
straight
is
up.
foundational eco-fash.
This is why, and this is part of why I stayed in the thread as long as I did, because I was trying to get at, okay, who is giving you this definition? You're not educated enough in any of these subjects to have come up with this definition on your own.
Ooh.
And that's not even an insult to him. It's just acknowledging he was using jargon that is, it's within the discipline. He was using it somewhat correctly.
So premise 3 plus 6 plus
Sorry, what?
plus 7. Premise 7 is the longer we wait for civilization to crash, or the longer we wait for ourselves to bring it down, the messier the crash will be and the worse things will be. Plus premise 10 is basically an excuse for genocide. The culture as a whole and most of its members are insane.
Well, you remember he said, if we take away the computers, it'll reset culture. Like, what?
Sure, well,
Culture.
Love
I think I probably
Right.
ranged him out at that point, or unless that was when he was on live stream with you guys.
Might have been. I kind of get lost in where it was that he made specific points.
And yeah, now I'm scanning over some of the other stuff. This is problematic. This just goes to, and I'm gonna scroll fucking through some of chat. But yeah, this goes to Cat's point. Gen Z is gonna go eco-fash on our asses. So just keep an eye on Gen Z. It- just
I hate being right on that call.
yeah, Cat's. You've been hammering that point for a while now.
Like almost a year.
And fucking I send Cat screenshots and stuff when I encounter it in the wild. Like, hey, here's somebody literally openly advocating for eco-fascism who's like talking about from a Gen Z perspective, like we're fucked, there's no climate's fucked, we have no job prospects. What was the last one I sent you? It was somebody talking about how like I wouldn't even mind if somebody showed up on my doorstep tomorrow with a green armband that said you're required to go to the tree farm or something like that upon punishment of death.
What?
Oh yeah, no, they're unironically
They're
leaning
in,
towards
bro.
eco-fash rabbit.
Well, and Alaraz, I'm not sure which part of that is sarcastic or if any of it is, but we're not discounting this person's argument because they have trouble spelling. We're discounting their argument because it's fucking thuggery masquerading as defense.
Enoch, that's not what that means. The origin of anarchy is anarchos, and without archos means ruler.
I do think the no gods, no master peoples are still pretty chill though.
They are, but but it's anarchon. No, it's not archon. It's anarchos. And that is the origin term for anarchy. Is an without archos ruler.
Well, and that's also where we get Archon.
Yeah,
Because,
well,
like you're not going back far enough in that analysis.
well,
Not you, Kai.
yeah, I
you.
know. But it was the no angels portion, and the Archon conversation. Let's just say I'm a little twitchy, having dealt with a bunch of Gnostics recently.
Oh God. See, I wondered why that came up, and I'm like, you've talked to someone recently.
Yeah, Gnostics are special.
A trip.
They're special.
See, you can't even sit back and claim like this shit, this eco-fascism is like indigenous ideology.
No, but
No.
they're gonna credit it to you, by the way. Whether
Oh,
you
they
want.
do.
No, fuck off. Don't credit fuck all to my people's culture.
Yeah, well, that's what's happening.
Oh, yeah,
Fuck that shit.
I agree, but I mean, you were in the call.
You watched it happen.
You kept referring to us.
Yeah, it's
I know.
as Kat is a fan of saying, just another white man putting the gun in the brown person's hand. That's what we're gonna do. Like that's a bunch of fucking like middle class fucking white people fucking are gonna be able to go full eco fash, and they're gonna be screaming about indigenous communities the entire time. Watch.
And in the weirdest interpretation of what that means.
Right.
Like you heard me, Rabbit. I sat there and told him that indigenous culture was adaptable.
Oh yeah,
It
we use
didn't-
guns.
Yeah.
Fuck yeah.
Well, but
Like
guns,
Guns
civilization, bad, indigenous, but good, but brain melt, poetry.
See that's, and I think the meme the meme ends up being misleading. It's not Return to Monkey. They're defining civilization in such a specific way that it's actually Return to Last of the Mohicans. It's worse. It's worse than Return to Monkey
Hey, Lucy.
because they're
It's
not.
so goofy.
That's the thing. It's
It's like-
we're using our definition of civilization. We're all acknowledging civilization is multifaceted. There's more than one way to define this term. They're not. They're defining civilization as anything Anglo-Western European, and then all things that are even vaguely connected to Anglo-Western European must literally die.
Well, and it's
No.
not even like did I didn't bring it up. Like I don't know if you guys got to it. Like China didn't do industry. Like
Exactly.
these motherfuckers figure. I mean, the ceramics industry alone from what was that? Like how many thousand fucking years ago now was that? 1500 something like that.
I mean, I'm sorry. Ceramics and textiles, the basis of the Silk Road?
Yeah,
What?
I mean, like these fuckers just ignore. Like honestly, I'd be really interested to know the dude's background. Like, are you just another self-hating white person that's like down with white people and up with something brown because you've just like internalized this to the extent that you just hate everything Anglo and you're just lashing out wildly in your sort of like existential crisis and dread of climatological, potential disaster, as fucking L called it straight up. Like, this dude's just in an existential crisis and is just lashing out.
And I am telling you, son, this is like all Gen Z, especially progressive Gen Z that isn't like, anarchic.
Yeah.
Well, and Sue may have encountered this. I run into it a lot more because of my work with Native youth. But one of the responses that's happened within the Indigenous community is, motherfuckers, you have ancestors. Why do you need ours?
Yeah.
Why do you keep calling on Indians?
Well,
there's indigenous populations in Europe. That's a thing that exists.
there's
So
Can I do a sociology? Because I might actually be able to give some insight into that.
go for it.
How dare you?
Now, before you get into sociology for a second, Kat, if you wouldn't mind,
Go for it.
Bye, Zippy.
Rabbit, you can correct me if I'm wrong, but
I'm back.
what was it, the first couple of years or a couple hundred years of contact, we became expert marksmen and expert horse riders?
it didn't take long.
I mean,
I mean, they
it
started
doesn't-
calling them the horse tribes almost immediately.
I mean, not to belittle it. It doesn't take long to. I mean, you can
I mean,
hand
horse-
you can
horse
you
are
can
kind of-
yeah, you can turn hand a child an AK-47, and I can have them putting a round on target within the afternoon. Like, this is why African child soldiers are a thing. It's at the end of the day, it's not that complicated of a process, but you know,
Sorry, I just have this image
yeah,
of a group of natives somewhere circa 1820
with
and all
AK-47s.
of them are like decked out with machine guns.
Yeah, you would have used them had you had them, what? Right?
Put a machine gun on a horse, you got a technical.
Yeah.
I mean, maybe.
Yeah.
I'm now lost in this like X-Men comics version of native history from the plains.
I feel free to commission it. I would love a first edition.
It's like that meme of that little girl that's on the back of a Jeep that's got a 50 cal just firing
Oh,
away.
boy.
Yeah, exactly, Lucy. I was one of those. Yeah, Squid. I'd read that book. Fucking Lucy was a sharpshooter at 10, winning an under 12 NRA category contest. Got scholarship for college. It's an achievable skill.
There's a reason why they've been doing it all throughout history.
So,
Well, it's more to do with-
my point behind that would be that even though we're supposedly some dumb, stupid, unintelligent savage
No, you
that
just-
could never comprehend this shit.
You grab the gun and you
Right.
adapted. You're like, oh, this this is superior technology. We are aware of what superior technology looks like, and we will adapt.
And that's the thing. It's an underplaying of the way that many natives encountered new information. And it's essentially saying that it's a return to that idea that we were children, that we were childlike. And in our childlike innocence, we lived in a Garden of Eden where we didn't have to grow anything.
I still can't believe he actually said the words, "We need to return to a Garden of Eden." He said
Yeah.
that.
He said
Well, and
that.
Momo was the one who said, "In the desert." Good luck, Las Vegas.
I mean,
Go for it.
This motherfucker was so up his ass that
He really was.
I just, this is why they're a fuck. Why do I need to have a serious conversation with them? Make fun of them. I'm sorry. You're advocating for the wholesale slaughter of 95% of the global population. Why should I treat you any different? As far as I'm concerned, I'm thinking of that Bill Burr bit about fucking how everybody you should just pass a mental health check and you get issued a chloroform cloth in a wrapper, in a pack, and we all are just assigned we're just all assigned a fucking package, and we just keep it in our back pockets, and the next time some fucking potential Hitler starts ranting and raving in the Target, you just go up behind him and fucking take him down, and everybody just sort of you write potentially the next Hitler on their forehead, and you go on with your day. That motherfucker is potentially the next Hitler.
Just walk up to the mic, tap on it a couple of times. Sorry, everybody. Terry gets a little weird on Thursdays. It's fine. We'll have him back in a couple of days. Don't worry.
Fuck
And-
that dude.
Well, and Kat, I don't know if you're going to go this same direction with it. My answer to the question, I'm not saying that I'm asking. I'm saying a lot of Native youth ask, why is it that they don't call on their own ancestors? And my answer to that is because there's already a literary tradition. They already have. They're building on this trope of the noble savage that was very, very much couched in misrepresentations of indigenous identity. So that's my answer. I don't know if you have a different one.
That's actually a small component of the larger perspective that I was gonna give, in that liberal modernity, especially with the developments of neoliberalism, have kind of created a situation wherein tradition can rapidly be questioned and otherwise devalued within a lifetime, and multiple of them, things that we considered sacred for a long fucking time can just go poof within someone's lifetime. And so because of that, a lot of youth that aren't either quite up to date or are brought up in a culture that values those things, essentially find themselves being strung up in a maelstrom of like information overload of how to like actually update to like what society deems acceptable. And thus you just have a lot of people going, well, fuck it, these people are saying don't do these things, I don't really believe it, but I'm just gonna fucking roll with it for just because like conflict avoidance. And that, essentially as time goes on, the less and the more and more large that group grows, the more flexible they are to things that call to a lot of those traditions that have been basically like lost over time, because like at some point it's just like, dude, I just want to act normal again. That's like kind of the broad feeling you get out of a lot of these people.
Facts.
I'm not
that
in
is
any
weird.
way going to. I'm not indicting what you've said,
I want to be normal again.
but I do think that you might want to take Sterner in smaller doses.
I bet. Hey, Rabbit. Just if you want to take this boulder over for the Sisyphean task, by all means you can. I'll relinquish the boulder, but I've been pushing that boulder up that hill for a while now. I'm telling you, like,
Okay, I'm not the only one here. Anarcho, right there, never freebase Sterner.
always snort Sterner.
No, I agree.
Small doses. Small doses.
Yeah, and Fax, that is fucking weird, by the way. I read that, Fax. That's kind of wacky as shit.
That may be
why your boy Cat doesn't go mask off that often.
well, and I think what you're saying is a little bit younger than where I'm coming from. So you have a little bit more insight because of the people you're talking to. I can see where they're trying to normalize their idea of, can we please stop treating each other like shit? And they need some sort of narrative to like undergird that opinion.
But
Right.
they chose the wrong
disagree.
one.
And essentially what I'm getting at is that like the old hierarchies have so much baggage that they can't really be brought back. So then they default to like this indigenous, basically the BIPOC shit as their new, like, okay, this is like our origin story now, like kind of thing.
Yeah, I just wish they'd stop doing it with plains headdresses, for fuck's sake.
But
Go worship at the feet of the Samai. Those guys need some
who's got
representation.
the best
Come on.
aesthetics? You've actually studied the shit out of this field. Like, who's got the best aesthetics in your opinion?
Like, appearance-wise?
Yeah. Just sheer aesthetics.
My people used parrot feathers. They look like a pride fest on a bad day. I mean, there's some. Frankly, there's some South Americans who had like they'd use pearl necklaces and pearl anklets, and they'd have some parrot feathers that they would use as chest necklaces. And I mean, it really does look like a strip show. And frankly, I mean, these are guys that have to climb trees for a living. They're not exactly unhot. Just saying.
Amazing.
And I mean, knowing where Rabbit's people come from, definitely. Yeah. Nice.
Well, Kai, you've got a bias.
Yeah, I
Just a
do.
tad.
I do. I have a bias. Like, I'm sorry. Like, this is the superior area.
Middle and South America.
Caribbean. The Caribbean.
Yeah, oh, lovely.
Yeah. Like, this is just.
Funny how I was able to scroll up and immediately figure out when people were reacting to me.
I mean, look,
I'm telling you.
Super
son.
Dude is literally making a call for might makes right, strong survival of the fittest, I think. But nor any other day, like, I'd probably invite you on the air, Super Dude, or I'd engage and be like, hey, let's do an anarchist education. But we got a crew here and we're doing our own fucking topics and stuff. So, like, if you can't wrap your head around, anarchism or anarchistic organizing principles, or how, a coercive, oppressive system is, maybe not the thing we want to go into the future with, and maybe we should retool that or, rekajigger it a little bit. That's cool. But anyway, back to dunking on anti-sivers.
Well, hold on. on OnlyFax's point about there are some tribes that are bragging on how they helped the founding father. Sue,
Oh boy.
Sue, you still there?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, Fax wrote out in Oklahoma. There's this weird take where some of the tribes here make TV commercials bragging about how they were America's founding fathers because they assisted George Washington against the British. But I'm like, why be proud of that when you see how natives were treated afterwards? Are they gaslighting people here in Oklahoma? It was just weird, weird in my opinion. Said Fax.
I think they're gaslighting and trying to portray indigenous people as like happy to be American.
Yes. And
It's the same narrative as the Southerners that argue that some black folks aided the secession cause.
well, there's even another element that I think some of you may not know, and I bring Sue in on this subject because it's one that I'm not as directly connected to, but Sue and his people definitely are. Thoughts on the Crow?
Fuck the Crow.
I have to interrupt.
I don't give a shit. Y'all fucking white people, go scalp them, whatever the fuck you want to do to them.
Say, they're all just they all got along perfectly well. They were just all singing "Kumbaya," holding hands in the plains, and they were they were children. They didn't really have any characteristics of adults or human beings at all. Please
children-
fetishize them some
Children
more.
don't fight.
Jesus fucking Christ! Thank you.
Children never fight.
I mean, that's
Well,
Here's what it looks like, okay? The Crow never got along with anyone. They were fucking greedy little bastards. And they were arrogant as fuck, even though they shouldn't be at all. They really don't have anything to be arrogant about at all. But
oh my god.
because of their weakness, so to speak, and their fucking hatred for every other tribe in existence here on this side of the planet, they joined the U.S. military as scouts to hunt down indigenous tribes, so that they can do genocide on them, like
Sue.
what happened at Wounded Knee. and
I was about to give you just the biggest fucking poke. You know how I like to poke you sometimes. Honestly, I'll say it. Like, I'm not gonna lean out of it, but I just wanted to preface it with like that was the first thing that popped into my head was, what, are you just bitter because they knew a winning side when they saw it?
damn.
I love you, but fuck you.
I love you too, Sue. I love you too. It's why we can fuck with each other.
I mean, that was a good bet on their part, to be fair.
Well, and
hold on.
there are even-
We have to pause. Just Rabbit, we have to pause. Like, this is straight up for you. Gaddafi in 420. A hierarchical state is the epitome of anthropogenic strength.
Oh no, baby.
Whoa,
I'm-
whoa.
More rigidity and fragility.
What?
Yeah, right, Rabbit? What?
I too know words.
I mean,
Many of them I can put it into sentences.
and
What?
and if you're wondering, Gaddafi, and why that went to Rabbit is because Rabbit's an anthropologist.
A hierarchical state is the epitome of anthropogenic strength. Well, okay.
And what is their
First of all,
proof in this? Because the whole thing only
Anthropogenic
worked
means-
because it was supported by the United States. But
but here's the problem. Anthropogenic means human-made.
yeah,
So you can't have human-made strength.
Well, I mean, I suppose you can in the form of the state, right? Like, this is the argument that wielding the totality from a single pinnacle of the masses is the definition of their anthropogenic strength. Like, I have sort of collated or
Monkey together
coagulated
strong.
330 million people, and I wield them at my will.
I mean, it works so well for Rome. I can see why we're endorsing it. What?
Well, okay, so now he's coming at this from like the esoteric angle, where it's like the people, the people's will type of thing, produce the strength or
As
something to that
represented by
effect.
the emperor?
Yeah.
Okay.
people's will, sure.
Oh, and I'm Libra. Mad props for the Invader Zim shout out. I fucking dude. I love the aesthetics. I love the animation style. I love the fact that Zim used to walk down the street and just declare victory. I think that's one of the funniest things fucking ever. Like, just, yeah. Yeah, praise the tall ones. Exactly. Like Zim was a funny fucking show.
But yeah, only fact.
I wonder which indigenous people that were in poverty that they paid them chump change like $25 to stand in front of a camera and make that claim.
Interesting.
Oh yeah, there was a
Thank you,
one of the
Enoch.
Crow primary chiefs actually was a massive Trump supporter. Like
God damn it.
I love that they're. I love it. I love it. They've just they've stuck to their guns over generations. So like, no, we picked our side. We're sticking with it. Like in a way I respect it. But Enoch, thank you for that recommendation. I'm gonna pull that up. But yeah, that's
Ian Tribin versus Trump was. Oh God, what the hell was his name? I mean, he's still alive. It was only about 6 months ago.
It surprises me how often I've encountered that argument in leftist spaces that legitimately it seems there is a fetishization of the indigenous cultures and people to the extent of integrating a sort of noble savage myth within I want to argue, a majority of leftist spaces online at this point.
I mean, like,
they infantilize you guys. They take away all of your humanity and your distinct traits as peoples. And reduce you to this monolithic entity of, oh no, everything was perfect and it was an utter Garden of Eden and no one ever suffered, and if we could only return back to this way, and people who again never used technology, never engaged in agriculture, never engaged in trade, it would fix all of the world's ills. And so let us all bow down before this indigenous person who's about to disagree with everything I just said. Like it just
and it gets more fucked up than that. Like, a lot of people we find will belittle us on our spirituality or our belief system. Claim that we worship animals as gods when we didn't. You remember that conversation?
Yeah, they were just. They were
a deer was a god. We worship the deer as a god.
I mean, they were just generally. I mean, I know there's like this is wide brush territory, but generally, like indigenous spirituality saw like spirit. It's very much in the sort of what's the Japanese religion?
Animism.
Shinto. Thank you. That everything is endowed with a spirit of sorts. The rock, the animal, the river, the tree, the world, the people. Like everything has an energy to it. It has a spirit to it. It's not a god unto itself.
Did you see that link that I posted? It's a good picture for you.
But in
Got
the
it.
same token, they believe that God came down to the Pope of the Church back in the day and told that Pope that only white people are the supreme beings on the planet, and therefore everyone else must be ruled by them.
Hey, Sue, look at the screen. We got your favorite person on the screen.
oh my fucking god, that's great.
You know the best part? His name is Not Afraid.
Seriously?
Alvin Not Afraid Jr.
Oh my god, it is.
Would I lie? I don't gotta make this shit up.
I mean, all I'm saying, he's not rocking it like he owns it, right?
Well, and there is something important. The headdress that he is wearing in that particular style means that he hasn't actually seen battle.
Oh, so this is I'm a politician headdress.
Yeah, that's a ceremonial headdress. If
All
it were
right.
a if it were a warrior's dress, it would have tails that would go down roughly to his belt or further.
All right. What's the
And each of those feathers on that tail going down represents some great deed they did in battle.
Yeah.
what was the last guy? Like, I've read that story before. The last guy that fucking, like, World War II, maybe Vietnam, maybe. Like, he had to, one of the trials was to run up and touch an enemy in combat and escape without, you know, that sort of thing.
Counting coup.
Yeah, counting coup.
There you go.
That is a very strong Sioux tradition.
Dude, that's hardcore.
Yeah, like literally you walk, it doesn't matter, you walk up to a whole group of people who's the enemy and you touch them with a stick and walk away.
Yeah, because he did it like that motherfucker did it like in World War II or something, or Vietnam. Like it was recent. Like we had guns and cannons and artillery and shit in this motherfucker. Like, I can just imagine it, sneaking up, poking a Nazi with a goddamn stick and then just disappearing into the night.
Well, it was partially psychological warfare in a way, but you could also count coup as a sign of respect in that if you had two groups that were confronting one another and their mutual leaders walked up and like touched each other on the shoulder, then they had counted coup on one another at the same time, so there was no winner. So there, you could do that as well.
Yeah,
or if you rode up on your horse and the other dude was on a horse, the leader of that group, and you knocked him off of his horse as you were counting coup. The other side usually just packed it up and went home.
Let's see. Oh, interesting. Yeah, we got some interesting chat going.
The Hood-Nancy League is now 6 tribes. It was originally 5 tribes. The nation itself ended up getting split during the Revolutionary War because one of the 5 founding tribes sided with the British. The others didn't. And it ended up being a massive split within the Hood-Nancy League itself. So, I mean, all throughout Indigenous contact history, there have been different tribes that aligned with different groups. Like the Civil War, there were Cherokee that sided with the slavers.
Oh, yeah.
This is a thing he wants to talk about, but they did. And they've been shitty about the freedmen ever since.
Non-binary. Yeah, we talked about that actually when that law, that's one of the aspects of the law when it first got, like, proposed. I believe we talked about that the travelers, the Roma, and I'm under the impression we're not supposed to use the G word, but yeah, we actually covered that it would criminalize their living circumstances, as you so eloquently put. Yeah, in reference to indigenous, European. There was the thing that popped into my head when you were talking about like that sort of thing was one of those like horrible YouTube channels. I forget which one of them. There's like a whole series of YouTube channels that do that sort of like, we're gonna put 3 vegans and 3 meat eaters in a room and see what happens. You know, those channels, right?
Well, then there's that whole entire thing in, what is it, Germany, I think it is? That there's the
recreationists.
Yeah, the whole entire, like, there's like 2 blocks of an area in Germany that's all nothing but teepees and stuff.
Oh,
they are freaking weird.
They like literally you have to wear moccasins, the whole buckskin outfit.
Okay, well, credit where credit's due. Like I don't know what hoops I have to jump through, but the moccasins are a solid invention, and we should all have more of them. Those are super fucking comfortable.
They are.
There was also this weird group of the Green Party. They're not part of it anymore here in Germany. Called the Indians. Yeah, literally called the Indians, the Indianer, and they also advocated for pederasty, etc.
As you do, of course.
Yeah,
as you do.
European.
Well, I mean, just show me a group that has a shit opinion and just wait for like either the pederasty or the actually technically it's a hebephilia. to happen. Yeah. No, yeah, the thing that sprung to mind was there was this video, like, it was some sort of, like, race thing. They had, like, I don't know, like, BIPOC and white or something like that, right? And they did a scale on the ground, right? They did the largely disagree to largely agree, and they did lines on the in the room. And they, like, moved themselves depending on the position. And the fucking douchebag in the room behind the camera just says something. And they fucking, arrange themselves. And white people don't have culture. And the white people all fucking agree with this. And everybody who's even tenuously beige is, like, disagreeing or strongly disagreeing. They're like, what about fucking Irish? What about fucking Scottish? What about, like, what is wrong with you people? Like,
So what I'm hearing is that Sterner was in fact right in his.
It was.
You gotta let him go.
Yeah,
you gotta let him.
It was one of those moments that I was like, interesting. Like, this is fascinating. Like, it's difficult to see from the inside. You need an external perspective sometimes to bring this to your awareness. And it's, a whole bunch of fucking white people agreeing with the statement that white people have no culture. And everybody who wasn't, like, just, my shade or whiter fucking, like, was in total disagreement. They're like, what is wrong with you people? Like, of course you do. Like, how are you denying, like, thousands of years of history?
I mean, an argument could be made
Oh.
that white culture is just stolen culture from all other places.
That's a pretty...
Well, I think this gets into the... We keep using the term... We keep using the term white rather than acknowledging that what we're talking about is European hegemonic braggadocio. It's just overt racism. And so they're, instead of saying, no, we're talking about this weird construct of whiteness. We're not getting at that message anymore. People don't even hear that when we say white culture. They just hear, oh, you're talking about anyone with pale skin.
And I adore, I just have to, like, it touched me in my soul. Chibareki13, who created their account 2 days ago, which, I mean, given it's 1:30 at night, so basically a day and a half ago, just walked in the room and said, you got such a cuck face. Unironically using the cuck terminology. I just, it's yeah, right? It's rare that you see somebody so unaware of, I don't know, discourse, the zeitgeist, or just, general culture as it abounds, unironically using something like cuck, not knowing that generally what that means is that you're projecting and you have some level of, cuckoldry fetishization that you are fantasizing about somewhere deep in your psyche that you're projecting outward. But hey, who's got time for psychology? Anyway.
I think all of you will thoroughly enjoy the first image in this link.
Oh, goody.
Just let it wash over you. Let this happen. Just let it happen.
Where?
And embrace it.
That first image is great. I don't know what you're doing. That is the best fucking thing ever. No, this is the greatest fucking link, like, I don't know, ever in the history of mankind, quite frankly.
I love the Germans. I really do.
Hang on. We're gonna...
Thanks, I guess.
Strong taxi driver vibe here.
So there you go.
Oh, no.
Yeah.
Oh,
yep.
boy.
He is... Oh, man, he is sexy. That is...
And notice the quote right there. No people should be allowed to keep their culture just for themselves.
I mean...
We're Indian because we want it.
Yeah, I mean, I kind of agree with some of the premise, but it's really difficult to argue when you've shaved your head into a fucking mohawk, sitting in a TP in like Germany or some shit like that, holding like this is not a good look, bro. This is not a good
really.
look.
No.
Like, okay, so we're gonna move on. This is,
I also like that one.
you know, this is a thing.
Those pale ass motherfuckers in the background.
Yeah,
Look at that
this
shit.
motherfucker right here. Yeah.
That's some magic.
Oh, oh, oh,
All right, Dave. It's time to ride the horse.
oh, this is just. Oh,
Oh my god.
oh my God.
You know, I can respect the dedication on some level.
Oh, they're fucking committed. The problem is that what they're committed to is like Last of the Mohicans.
I
They-
know, it's
They
like,
get their
fuck.
yeah, they get their
Like,
insight from,
Committed
like,
to a fan
fantasy novel.
What tribe is that? Because normally that face paint does not match that outfit.
Not even kind of. But they get their shit from Daniel Day-Lewis. They don't get it from any actual tribe.
This is so.
Oh, there it is.
Oh, that's Russia.
Oh my God.
Yeah, that's Russian.
That baby is in red face.
Oh god, no.
Not the baby. You know,
Oh.
I'm starting to get why those conservatives always
camouflage.
say think of the children.
Have,
You know?
have you all seen the Wire?
Oh.
Yes.
I mean, the show?
Yes.
Yeah.
Like there's this scene in season 2 where like the son of the stevedore goes to well,
Oh.
talks with his like drug dealer friend, and it tells him, I don't know how to tell you this without hurting your feelings deeply, but you happen to be white.
I'm sorry, Pookie, but you're pale. By the way, there are, props to the grift. There are some natives who have gone over to Germany, France, Russia, all of that,
For the
and worked as
reference.
consultants. Well, they've worked as consultants, so they'll help teach how to make moccasins properly, how to knit the headdresses so that they're correct for the time period. So I mean, give me money. I'll teach you how to make a leather shoe that you could look up on, I don't know, Google. But sure.
See, but you really want to make a
I
Facebook
need
account
a
just for the full
so
research
bad.
for that? I've been telling you this for like months, Joe. Do the
I know.
OnlyFans.
Uh,
No, I have a premise for him and everything. He could literally just
I have
be.
psychological issues with actually living. I have psychological issues with actually living my life. Cat is right, though. I need to do something like that. I need a grift.
See, here's the grift though. I have it. It's perfect for him. He could literally just be the stupidly pretty, white boy German that can read,
not-
all the. I just let me paint the picture here. You'll.
I've seen for two.
Oh, Joe is okay. So I wouldn't go with stupidly pretty. I would go.
Yeah,
I would go with ruggedly handsome.
I
Oh,
just
thank you.
look. There's only so many ways you can express that a human being just is fucking drop dead gorgeous. Okay.
Joe is.
It's a weird thing.
Joe
Some
is-
people,
Joe is
people are very
masculine
good
and
at
attractive.
self-think.
I mean, I don't know how much I can take because Cat's kind of a coomer, so I don't know.
It is. That is true.
Exactly. I don't trust it.
Joe.
I don't trust it. I
No,
don't trust
Joe.
it.
Joe legitimately has that sort of like, as a man, like he's attractive. He is handsome and he's got presence. Yeah.
No, he really does.
Fair enough.
Please,
Yeah.
Joe, send a picture for the stream to see. Like the people have to know.
Um.
No, they don't.
And he's got it. And he's got
I
a
have
gorgeous
severe
head of
ego
hair.
issues at the moment.
He's got like the long flowing locks sort of situation going on that just
Like,
yeah.
They're
Really-
very thin though. They're running
he
away.
is-
Like the corners are thinning out. Whatever.
Either way, he is like literally the Aryan specimen that like the Nazis died for. Like he is quite
off.
literally like, I am fucking serious.
I have dark eyes and dark hair. I'm certainly
fuck
not
up.
the
Oh,
dick.
just to because this is a recurring thing, and I like picking on this person because it's easily punching up. For those of you that don't know, Kevin Sorbo, Hercules, right? Kevin Sorbo is fucking dumb as sticks and is like this MAGA-headed right-wing dumbass. His latest take on Twitter is just genius. And Steve Hofstetter, if you don't know who that is a stand-up comedian who made his bones by making fun of hecklers. Got like the quickest reply in on him. And Kevin Sorbo said, the side saying, if you don't like Satan shoes, don't buy them, is the same side that boycotts Chick-fil-A for being Christian. Just don't eat there. Yes, that's literally what a boycott is. Please join us next week on Explaining Words to Kevin Sorbo. He is
Goddamn.
dumb as fuck. It's always the best when Xena gets to him first, because she does. Lucy Lawless has this long-running feud with Kevin Sorbo, especially online, but in real life too. They don't get along. They do not like each other. And she, often like elbow checks him into the wall.
Huh.
So I always just like to check in. Yeah, Xena was definitely a better show. Kevin Sorbo blames Lucy Lawless for the downfall of Hercules, saying that like they stole a bunch of their resources and shit like that, and like we were a better show, but they took all of our best writers and shit like that, and so he's always blamed her for the downfall of the show, and yeah, it's funny watching them interact on Twitter, but yeah, I just had to that was in my feed. I had to mention. Yeah, Lucy Lawless seems great. She seems like super chill. I really enjoy seeing her every time. Yeah.
She calls him Peanut. It's adorable.
Yes, that's what she calls him, Peanut. It was escaping me. She does. She calls him Peanut.
Aww.
Yeah, she's like, Peanut, you have to realize that. Yeah. They are adorable.
Joe, let me throw this out here. I'm skipping back for a second.
Yeah, go for it.
Like, half my family's German. I don't actually have a problem with Germany as a group.
I do. I actually have a problem with most Germans. I can't stand them. I hate them.
Well, no, we've talked about this a little bit. I recognize that you're in a social minority within Germany, but the reason that I bring up
Goddamn
that particular
Bavarians
group of recreationists is because that's kind of the mental image that most natives have whenever we meet anyone who's from a European background. Speaking to the broader group now, not just Joe, but that's kind of what goes through our head whenever we see anyone who's like walking, sporting sunglasses and a native headdress at a music fest. Is just a variation on a fat guy who shaved his head and looks like the dude who, that old meme that went around of the guy who was molesting his own like machine guns. It's like, just literally, as we have it all in this. It's all in the same living room of our mental furniture.
That gotta hurt.
Oh,
Anyway,
Yeah.
to
Don't drop the
Kat, no,
slide.
I'm not laughing because the German hates Germany. I'm laughing because I have the same sentiment toward my own country.
Yeah.
I think that's healthy. I think that's healthy. I sincerely do. I think that's healthy. I mean, I'm biased. I'm an anarchist. I'm not for the nation state, right? But I think that's healthy. If everybody who living in a nation state is like, yeah, fuck this place, I think that's good. I think that's a good sign.
By the way, everyone who requested as a picture of me is in the comments and shared resource.
It is.
Oh, Kai, pop it up on screen for everyone. It's reveal time.
Oh, he went to fucking effort to put on a weird face and everything.
Yeah, there's another one in comments where I look sort of normal. I just have a light smirk and my face looks not straight because I'm doing that smirk.
Yeah,
Dude, I'm telling you, son.
he's a good-looking dude.
Cute.
Yeah, no,
What is it?
he's
You
got.
should see him with his hair down.
Oh yeah,
That's what I'm saying.
when he does the hair drop, it's a thing. It's a thing.
Listen to this motherfucker.
And I can't get laid at the moment, and everything's terrible, and nothing's going on, and everybody who lives here hates me apparently. Well, they don't hate me, but they think I'm stupid. It's hilarious. It's great times at the moment.
We love you.
Thank you.
But Joe, we like you.
You do? I'm
Uh,
not so sure.
We do not we like you.
I like you guys too. I love y'all.
Can we get some hugs in chat
I
for Joe?
desperately need hugs. I need all the hugs.
I was actually gonna put a hug command in.
Aw.
Yeah.
I don't think the cat's wrong. I think you'd do okay with an OnlyFans.
Oh, okay. So I'm going to I'm gonna cross a line here.
Oh dear.
Well, see, here's the thing. Joe is packing heat.
I knew that. Ugh.
This is what I'm fucking saying, dude.
Yeah, people are usually not that interested in my face. It's kind of demeaning, but.
We're talking. It's apropos of
what
the.
it feels
it-
like to be objectified.
It is
like,
apropos of the conversation. We are talking about Joe setting up an OnlyFans. This isn't like I just pulled this out of fucking left field. I'm like, oh, by the way, everybody, Joe has a giant dick.
No.
I'm really glad you didn't say pulled that out of your ass.
Yeah, no. Trust me, I was on top of that one. Like I was. You know, I knew where I needed to head with that one.
We also have been knowing each other for almost a year now, so.
Yeah, like
I love
Joe
you,
is.
degenerate.
You know, like this would be profitable. Joe is an attractive man who is attractive in multiple ways to multiple people.
And very
There's a variety
unattractive
of-
in multiple ways to multiple people as well.
Yeah.
You can exploit a
Alright.
variety of vectors is the point.
I'm not good at exploiting stuff. This is my issue. Yeah, whatever.
That's fine.
Yeah,
I'm just saying, you are literally gonna be every like white girl's like Western white girls leftist like dirty little secret that they can't tell anybody, or else they're gonna get canceled for it.
Oh God. Hold on. Are we saying like if you put in that you're like an anarchist in your bio? Oh
Yeah.
Jesus.
Dude, that's what I'm fucking saying. I've been telling him that he needs to read Das Kapital, like all these like
Just do theory.
in their
Yeah.
native tongue, and
Like
all that
literally
shit.
do all the shit do all the German theorists and philosophers in German.
I could get a real old edition of Das Kapital as well in German.
What I'm
Okay,
fucking
can
saying.
we all know our lefties. Love y'all, I really do. But frankly, you could be reading a newspaper article. They wouldn't fucking know. They wouldn't fucking know.
I also have words of the party leader Mao Zedong here. That's also...
Ooh, that's gonna get you some nice times.
Oh God.
In the
Okay.
original
So this dude who's been in chat this entire time, like not the entire time, but the one that was going back and forth and shit.
Ooh, super dude.
Yes. I love the comment. Sexual degeneracy. Yuck.
I'm all
How you
for
were
it.
born, son.
Yeah.
Oh.
Sounds like someone is not getting a lot of tail.
Gotta get freaky.
What's the point? Like, what's the
I
point?
mean, Joe, speaking personally, I can appreciate having a not
Yeah.
great sense of self and not
Yeah.
necessarily seeing people complimenting me as an actual compliment. I understand that. I get it
yeah.
if you're like hesitant.
Oh my,
On the
yeah,
other
no.
hand-
At the moment, it depends. If I go into a little bit more manic phase again, I'll definitely do it. But at the moment, like my self confidence is in times so fucked that even like in a simple, dumb, like 20-year-old conversation, I can't keep up with the snark. Like it's really simple, dumb shit, but I'm just like sitting there.
Oh, well, you're getting
No
too
words-
you're getting too
no
old to
words
talk to
are
some of
forming.
these people, Joe. You're getting
Huh?
too old to talk to some of these people. That's just
That's absolutely true.
it happens.
Yeah, it's just.
That's
Yeah,
what's
you're
that's
getting-
what's weird about
And then
Cat.
also, there's just a lot of shit going on. I have no idea how my life is supposed to go on and what I'm gonna do next. Shit and blah.
See, that's also kind of the personality you could work into it too.
Still haven't paid my rent from last month. Like,
Dude,
shit's
yeah,
crazy.
like
I'm
that.
telling you now, say that in like a super like beggy voice and like a little like nice filter. And
Jesus
That's
Christ.
not what I want to go into. I need self-respect and.
Okay,
Bye, Squid.
I think
Good luck
I
with
think
your
what we're
food.
learning here is that Cat is going to be your highest donor. That's what I'm hearing.
Motherfucker ain't got no cash.
Cat'll get there and get out there and scrape
I think
together a few bucks.
Yeah, Cat, stick to your sterner ways, and we'll come back 5 to 7 years, and then
I'm telling you.
you'll be rich.
In 30 years, you're gonna get married.
Oh no, Joe's mine. I need
Yeah.
the German out, and Joe has put the offer on the table. So like just in case, I may need
Yeah.
German citizenship. So Joe,
Just an anchor.
I'm staking my claim there.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
I
Fucking
don't know if I'll ever get
yeah.
married, though.
Mitre will hook me up with one of his buddies in Australia. Joe's willing to go to bat in Germany.
Yeah.
I'm just keeping my options open in case I need a fire exit from this shithole of a country.
And you're just
It'll
gonna
work
Who else?
perfectly because I know stuff about Kai and stuff. We can
Yeah,
it's not fake.
We can work.
It's not like I didn't just meet this guy. Like I know who this is. Blah, blah,
You can
blah.
just bang the pool boy. It's fine.
I mean,
Whatever.
Perfect.
Who else is getting messages from Chibureki 13?
oh well. I mean, clearly not me because I keep my whispers closed because I'm sane.
Well,
No.
okay.
Is it-
So he opened to me with, he should have been called Proudly Cock Bitch, which is an imaginative, like, do better. Love more, you moron. I will, thank you. And Proudly from the CIA.
Hey, are they?
I'll just leave them. Fuck it. That's
Oh,
actually
love
good
'em.
enough.
Love them. Fucking, it's the night show. Shit happens. These weirdos wash up on our shores. Occasionally you get a Nazi. Occasionally you get, shit like that. It happens.
I don't know why no one's whispering into my PMs like that. Dirty whispering going on here. Like, come on.
So,
I'm just happy that I got to share for two say proudly cuck bitch. That wasn't the sentence that I expected to hear from, like, just ever.
It's the it gives it a little bit more heft. It really does.
Oh yeah.
A little more poetry to it. You had that sort of nasally French accent. Yeah, it's fine.
I
um,
just saw that weirdo DM'd me too.
Oh my god.
yes,
I think it's an
Yeah,
accent
blocked.
thing.
exactly skeptic. Yeah, we get
Yeah,
Ann Prims to tankies to fucking Nazis to just weird. Sometimes we had one last week that I tried to get on the air. That we were just trying to figure out, like, are they like non-native English speaker or drunk or something? Like, we couldn't quite pin them down. They were just so fucking weird.
Yeah.
Yeah, they were so fucking weird. I was like,
British in it.
get on the air. Like, I need to speak to you. They were just so all over the place that, yeah, we couldn't quite pin them down. But,
Was it like black, British, American?
yeah, there was a bunch of like identifiers and how they were speaking and stuff. And it's like, I can't figure you out.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Well, that happened to me a lot in my travels as well with Americans and British people. Because they're like, yeah, no, you're not really. This is weird. You sound like a new accent. Like you're not American. You're not English. You're not
Oh my
this.
God,
you're
what
not that,
fucking-
But I can't fucking place it. It was like, I'm German. It's like, what?
Well, I mean,
German? No.
Skeptic's not wrong. You do bring out the oddballs.
Well, I mean,
Oh.
anarchists are good at that. Like, I'm used to that.
Yeah.
I've run spaces before, like IRL, that you're just
Hey,
like,
Ancom Libra, refresh the page.
oh no, it's Vape Pen. That one of these moments I'll get around to, but it's just sort of filling the fidgety fucking element. Oh yeah, Plaid. I attract. I like edge runners. I use a term that Terrence McKenna used a lot. I like edge runners. They come in all shapes and forms. Basically, everybody on this panel right now is an edge runner in their own way. So, yeah,
Much.
I like people who have extreme and external experiences to society and culture, and who have gone really in depth with stuff and sort of come out the other side different. And you can do it in a variety of ways. You can do it through education. You can do it through just life experiences. You can do it through drugs. You can do it through music. You can do it through travel. You can do it through suffering. You can do it through, there's a whole host of ways to do it.
Suffering.
But I love and adore edge runners. I always have, and I seem to attract them. And, maybe because I create spaces that welcomes them and, it holds them up to a certain extent. And like, yeah, these are the coolest people, quite frankly, in my opinion. So, yeah. Maniac, that's one way to do it. Does a years-long psychotic break indulgence with Taoism make me a mystic? Maybe. Love to sit down and have that conversation for sure. Yeah, why not? What the fuck? Hang on. This is back and forth.
Super Dude is like hard sea lining.
Yeah, this is hilarious to see in action, quite frankly. Oh, there goes Rabbit.
No.
The coyote just got the rabbit. When I was out walking, there was 2 coyotes walking through my fucking suburban ass neighborhood. I'm walking one direction, the coyotes are walking the other. Welcome to the desert.
Oh, speaking of coyotes, there was this conversation between Vosh and what was his fucking name?
Big Papa.
Big Daddy Fascist, something like that. Well, I'm only calling this myself this because that's what the left calls me. Yeah, sure, brah. He was arguing against open borders because if you open the borders, you will increase human trafficking. So, his idea was basically cartels have guns to, like Mexican folks, to pressure people to go over the border and act and do stuff in the US. The specified, like there are multiple layers of wrong with this argument. I was like baffled. The same way that, yeah, we can't revoke prohibition because the mob is just going to keep running fucking alcohol because that's how that works.
Like they're already doing though, so yeah.
Yeah. Like,
well, I mean, it's a stupid ass argument because we know what prohibition leads to black markets leads to blah 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 blah, and the resolution of prohibition leads to the resolution of the black market if you do it correctly.
Yeah.
We've done this like, I don't know, many times on a global scale, not even just this nation. Like we've done this a bunch of times as human beings. We know what the sort of problem reaction solution setup for this is.
Yeah, but the fantasy was if you open the borders, you're still gonna have people with ties with Mexico where like their family will be under threat by Mexican cartels. So can you imagine the manpower of the fucking cartels to have a gun to every family members of people still in Mexico to force the Mexican immigrants in the US to do their bidding? That's dude's was something too nuts to explain his views.
Can we
I remember,
go ahead.
If I remember correctly, and I think it's still like that, more people are leaving the United States for Mexico than people are coming in from Mexico to the United States.
Currently, yeah.
So,
yeah.
Can we just address the fucking elephant in the room and the fact that this super dude motherfucker is like literally talking about like how degeneracy leads to the downfall of society, and how this is a direct quote, by the way, and when we start talking about sex, and when we start treating it as something that just quote makes PP feel good, people lose the true meaning, the beauty of nature and the family. It's a distortion of biological reality. And then responding back to Cupcake, if two people believe themselves to be too genetically unfit to procreate, then fine, they can do whatever they want, as long as there's no extra disease and they're not promoting that way of life as normal, which is nearly impossible to do.
Like, you
Also,
understand, dude,
like
that
literally-
homosexuality exists in nature, like animals.
No,
yeah, so we can
Do the homo.
ban all religious procreation then, right?
No, I thought
All of
what
that
started
shit.
that conversation was what started that conversation was prostitution, not
Well,
not
what
homosexuality.
started the conversation was way back back a ways when we were talking about fucking Joe swinging large lumber, and this motherfucker goes off with sexual degeneracy. Yuck. And
yeah.
ever since then, it seems to have been an issue in chat that, you know, this motherfucker only sees, like, you know, sex as this sort of holy, beautiful, like, sort of situation where a man and a woman get together and pee-pee go in vagina and baby come out. And magic happen. Never mind all of that other sexual degeneracy that happens throughout the animal kingdom and throughout history of humankind, and the fact that we can't actually anthropologically or historically tie any level of sexual degeneracy to the decay, quote, decay or downfall of a society. It's never been accomplished whatsoever. But hey, you know, but my Christian morals.
Like
Yeah,
all kinds of
so-
oral foreplay. You know,
Oh,
All
gee,
kinds of-
he also compared homosexuality to Down syndrome.
Yeah, I was going to address that. Like, one, like the occurrence on the same, and two, you said it's not normal, but that's what like
welcome back, Rabbit.
the idea that homosexuality is not normal is just
It's normal.
dumb.
I hate to be the bearer of bad news. Gay people aren't making more gay people. Like, where do you think
Straight people make gay people.
where do you think we're coming from?
Essentially.
Like, where do you think we're coming from? Like, do you think, like, I don't know, maybe if a dude's uncut and another dude isn't, like, you could get, like, a dick baby out of that? Like, how do you think this actually works biologically? Because I hate to be the bearer of bad news. If you want to get rid of gay people, just have straights stop having sex. Because it's the straight people who keep making gay people.
So wait, are we saying docking makes a baby?
Yeah, apparently so. That's
Neat.
yeah.
Bruh, I love
Joe.
you. Fuck that. It's fucking hilarious.
Oh my God, he said Weimar Germany wasn't an example of sexual
Yeah.
degeneracy contributing to social collapse. No, it wasn't. Congratulations.
One of the most, like, socially repressive era in German history. Sure.
I feel like I missed something in my absence.
I mean, are we just gonna ignore like the wheelbarrows of money needed to feed people at one point, or
Yeah, well, but gay people, Kat, have you considered gay people?
I just
Yeah, it's not at all the collapse of the global stock market that you know. Well, plus I mean reparation demanded by France, I guess. But
I desperately want Swede to do that lecture. Let's talk about the economic collapse of the Weimar Republic. Consider the humble queer.
You know, here's the thing, Rabbit. So we've got sort of a variety here, but Rabbit and I are the only two straight up gay dudes, right?
believe so.
Yeah, and so specifically this fucker's calling out homosexuality and of course deviant sexual views, that sort of thing. But Rabbit, how
That's
does
a deviant?
how does it feel to be one of the most powerful entities on the planet as far as like sociological and societal factors go across the board? Like, you and I can collapse a country.
Oh yeah, I actually got
yeah.
a t-shirt when the moral majority was still a big thing, and the the Greensburg hurricane hit The
Tornado.
Greensburg tornado hit.
Yeah.
And it was like the largest F5 that had occurred in the last 100 years. And what was it was a Christian pastor who at the time was quite big, and he'd said, this is proof that the Midwest is slowly devolving into sin, because they've started to allow things like gay marriage and such, which
Didn't
we
his
hadn't at the time.
Power.
is he
How
the
that
one
worked.
whose home got demolished too?
Probably.
There's
Right.
infamously a pastor who said that hurricanes and tornadoes are God's punishment for sexual degeneracy and homosexuality and abortion. And like a week later, his house was destroyed by a fucking tornado.
Yeah, I had a T-shirt made that said "Fear my +10 cock of destruction."
Alright, It was
Nice,
a guy from Louisiana.
nice.
Bad as fuck.
President of the Controversial Christian
you-
Group Family Research Council, Tony Perkins,
you have-
described the
You actually have been arguing. You literally said unnatural enslavement to unnatural urges. Right? Like I'm literally looking. I didn't say that it was unnatural. I'm literally looking at your chat log here. Unnatural urges.
I don't know about that there, Super Dude, because indigenous people had all different types of homosexuality, and plus many other different types of things, and lasted for tens of thousands of years pre-colonization.
Well,
Like that.
but have you considered that you are like you don't count because like white people, savages, some sort of right-wing chuddery insert here.
But
Yeah.
but we're
Yep.
noble.
Yeah.
You know what?
We're noble
This
and
dude,
we're
God
like,
came down one day and spoke to a white Christian pope and claimed that white people were the only supreme beings on the planet. Oh yes, that's God. Yeah. Like,
Can I throw this out here? Cock.
very well.
I mean,
but you know, guys, what's not natural? Using a computer.
Neither is flying, neither is going underwater in a fucking submarine, neither is
glasses.
sailing the oceans. Yeah, neither are glasses. Like human beings literally write our history in doing things that we were not intended to do. I'm pretty sure human beings weren't meant to exist on the moon, but we're like, hey, you know what'd be really cool is if we went to the fucking moon. So we went to the fucking moon. Like arguing that human beings don't naturally do something is one of the dumbest arguments that a human being can make.
okay. Credit to Plaid Weasel. Speaking of cock, hey Joe, how's that OnlyFans?
You know what? Can I go on a just tangential rant for a second?
By all means.
Already made
All
2,000
right.
bucks.
Nature does not exist.
Oh, we got a Zizek fan in the house.
Within, I don't know Zizek, but my
Oh.
point is, when you're in your house,
heard of
be on your computer, eating your like packaged food, nature doesn't cease to exist. You're still subject to gravity.
You are
still
it.
need to breathe. You still need to feed yourself. The calories that you take are necessary to your survival. There is no such thing as nature. It's not a thing.
Well, there's the flip side of that argument. If you wanna flip that argument on its head, it's all nature.
Yep.
The beehive is a colony. It's a city. It's natural. What we do, we are a part of nature. Everything we do is natural. Like we are an extension of it.
hey, Super Dude, your mommy and daddy had anal sex and oral sex.
Only if they were doing it correctly.
Radavandar, I'm gonna go full Anprim and say the planet could use a lot more gay people to save the planet. Yep, take one in the fanny, save money on a nanny.
I think we're just getting back to my original argument. Cock.
I think it's probably the most eloquent, well-rounded, complete thesis I have heard in a long time. I mean, what more can you say? Cock,
Yeah, exactly.
right? Like, you know. Yeah.
Super Dude, are you, is Super Dude pretty? Do we know?
I doubt it. I mean, that kind of sexual repression. Come on.
Look, everybody's somebody's type.
Fair enough. Um,
I have seen drop dead gorgeous people with the most butt ugliest motherfuckers on the planet, and somehow it works.
Also, there are incredibly attractive people who are completely useless. And that is why the good Lord gave us ball gags.
God fucking damn it.
I was never a fan of the ball. Well, I have jaw issues anyway, so that's not good for me either way. But I mean, it sort of takes up the orifice. There's better better implements for that sort of thing that can cease them talking, but still give access. So just saying.
Super dude, define to me why, like, homosexuality flies in the face of the survivability of humanity. I think there are enough straight people around that it's not a problem. Last I checked.
8 billion and counting.
Yeah, we don't have a problem with overpopulation at all.
I just here's.
I mean, I'm not saying that this planet could take double of the people, but the way.
We've got a classicist here. Fucking what is natural is what contributes to the survivability of your people. This modern definition of nature as something that simply exists is a horrible distortion.
Isn't this the guy who said, no, that was a different one, who said that hierarchy is the height of human,
God, I'm so happy.
the human epitome or whatever?
Strength. That anthropogenic strength. That was another idiot.
Okay.
Hey, sorry for the orgasm in the background, but I just saw that I finally got my fucking social security money and I can finally pay my rent.
Rock on! Congratulations.
Congratulations.
So what
It only took 2.5 months.
Hey, woo! Let's fucking. Sorry.
Well, I have a good news for you, Super Dude, because I'm pretty sure that it happens in all those places, this continent and 2 countries.
Oh.
But more importantly, did someone clip Joe having an orgasm? Did that happen?
Oh, does he not? Does Super Dad? I'm looking at that. Africa, China, and India. Like, do they think that there aren't homosexuals in Africa, China, and India?
Oh, hold on, pause. China and India are countries. Africa is a continent.
I mean, I don't like. Do they think that? I mean,
Fucking places,
there's a lot fewer proportionately.
Oh,
baby,
buddy.
sweetheart. Oh, we need to show you around. Oh,
Baby, go on. Are you kidding?
Frank.
Baby boy.
Honey, I got a website for you. It's called X Video. Just type in Chinese.
Or
I mean, really,
XX.
yeah, XNXX has got some pretty hardcore shit on it these days.
that's a good one.
Yeah.
Well, even Pornhub.
They have all sorts.
Just click on Asian.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, Libra. Like, that's anytime gay dudes encounter somebody who's like, homosexuality doesn't exist in X, Y, or Z place, or it exists in lower amounts, is like, oh, you poor, just fucking straight idiot. Like, I mean, what do you have to say to that? Like, I really? Tell you what, give me your sources, give me your scientific studies, give me your peer-reviewed studies that show that demonstrate that India has a lower rate of homosexuality than the UK. And we'll talk. Until then, all I can do is assume that given that you are so disposed to being opposed to homosexuality, that deep down you kind of want cock. That's the pattern we have all seen throughout our entire lives. The pastor who is out there on the corner screaming about how fags are going to hell is steady banging boy prostitutes on the weekends. Like, this is just how it works. The people who are most opposed to things, who are usually screaming about it, like, sexual degeneracy, you just want to get laid. You just want like a dominatrix to lay you down, or you just want some like big hairy bear to fucking lay you out and fucking show you a good time, and that's okay.
We have a paper.
Super dude, this is based on a survey of
it's-
acceptance. This
It's
isn't.
acceptance. It's not the numbers.
Yeah, this isn't people who are get my sweet summer child. This is not. This is not.
I mean, it
people who are
literally,
gay.
the subtitle literally says greater acceptance in more secular and affluent countries. This doesn't,
This
you
doesn't
do,
even like prove his theory.
like,
That is just can't read.
baby, you gotta read more. Like,
Well, and not only that, but
But
if
baby
there is
boy.
unacceptance of homosexuality in these regions,
That
that
means-
would mean homosexuals
It's,
exist.
Exists.
in
it's not,
these regions.
my dude. It's really not.
Oh my god.
non-binary, did you wanna, is that you looking for a link, or are you just trying to get this fucker on air?
Oh yeah, the Kama Sutra is full of all kinds of gay butt stuff.
Yeah.
Let's not even with that.
You know what? If there are less gay folks in China, doesn't that prove the moral superiority of the communist state?
Ooh, fuck.
Okay, I'm not even gonna allow it. I'm not letting us go down that fucking line. Oh,
I kind of wanna. I feel
all right.
bad.
Non-binary.
You're
I
not gonna
I sent you the
find
Discord
fucking
link.
Arguments.
Oh, to paste the clip. To paste the clip.
No, it's not a good proxy at all. It's literally it's not a proxy, let alone a good
Yeah, I
one.
walked down the street and asked people, "Is not a proxy for?" Therefore, there are this many people in this country. That's no. A survey is not a census. These are. If you look them up, you will discover they are separate words, and that will help to clarify for you that they are therefore distinct ideas.
Be
Might
for a
I
moment.
actually I'd just like to point out some of these numbers, by the way. So homosexuality, like, should society accept homosexuality? Like, this is the poll, right? It's a Pew Research poll, right?
Right.
Argentina, 74%. Philippines, 73%. Right? Like, these are not these aren't Anglo societies. Like, I mean, you know, what's this supposed to, like, the Czech fucking Republic, for Christ's sake, is 80%, and they're pretty conservative in a lot of ways.
Really are.
I just, like, this didn't even begin to scratch the surface of what you're attempting to argue.
Plus, it's kind of a giveaway when you say it's the first thing that popped up on Google. If you don't already know what your source is and you have to Google it, then, I mean, we're pretty clear on what your level of, like, research is on the question.
Well,
You
but
are
again, back to the point, were we not talking about Africa, China, and India? I love, again, that Africa is just, you know, Africa.
Super dude, it's a continent.
Don't even, you just don't fight, pick your battles.
Okay. I mean,
So here's the deal, though. Like, this has already been pointed out to you. This is about acceptance of homosexuality. If they're unaccepting of homosexuality, that implies what? That maybe homosexuality exists in their society? And that they are less accepting of it? But it indicates that homosexuality exists in their society. Like,
and
and
yeah, super dude, the burden of proof is on you.
And by the way, if you're talking about how, like, homosexuality and sexual degeneracy leads to the moral decay and the collapse of a society, and you're founding this argument on whether, you know, the fact that Uganda has a 96% unaccepting rate of homosexuality, is Uganda your model society? I mean, is it Senegal? Is it Nigeria? Which one of these is your model of an ideal society? Just curious.
I'm a big fan of Monaco.
You know, I'm just curious. Like, are you looking to Are you looking to implement a Chinese style system anytime soon? Like, what's your end goal with this? Because you seem a little confused in your argumentation, quite frankly. You seem to be attempting to argue that homosexuality and sexual degeneracy is indicative of this overall moral decay, which causes collapse of societies, and you're trying to indicate, utilizing these numbers, but the countries that you're indicating towards, you probably wouldn't be a fan of to start with.
Fucking anachronism. Like, I love your style.
Uganda with gay characteristics.
One Uganda with homosexual characteristics. Yeah. And anarcho-anachronism has been hitting them out of the fucking park from, moment one, pretty much.
Super dude. Those are countries in Africa.
And 2, there is no overpopulation in Africa as a general. It's not a thing.
Oh, if somebody wants to, if somebody's feeling generous and they want to fucking throw a fucking gift sub, throw one at anachronism.
There you go.
But it's fucking. I just the spread of homosexuality. I hate to be the bearer of bad news. Just boo boo.
That's called bukkake.
It's thank you, Fertus. Degeneracy exists like birth defects exist. Oh, you've got to be a fun dude at a party. Parties are where people who like you invite you to a gathering of multiple people, and they share a good time, oftentimes with food and drink and jovial atmosphere. Just
possibly sex.
Yeah, the good ones at least.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I'm pretty sure you get invited
dude.
with, fiestas, with tiki torches and such. Maybe they have a big luau.
Okay, tell me that tiki torch party did not need more gay sex.
Oh,
Seriously.
man, that could have fixed so much. Could have fixed so much.
Those boys had way too much energy that they needed to channel into something more productive.
Yep.
Oh my god.
Hey, look. That's how many years ago was that now?
It was 2014, wasn't it?
Okay, so 6-7 years ago. Well, still, honestly, I would have taken one for the team. Like, I guarantee we could have gotten a team of homosexuals together if we put it on the line. Like, look, there's a bunch of these fucking white supremacist, racist nut jobs who are just pent up and really need to just let loose. Like, if we just, take one for the team on this one and get railed by a bunch of fucking angry, ethno-nationalists, somebody's not gonna die tomorrow.
We're gonna need at least 2 or 3 power tops.
Fair enough.
I mean,
yeah, exactly. Fair enough. I'm telling you, we could have prevented a death. We could have prevented a death using gay sex. It's a thing. It's a fact. It's just a fact of nature. That's
all right.
Those khakis were pretty good contraception.
I think we need to get to the core
Sorry,
of the issue.
Libra.
Why do homosexuals threaten modern society? How?
I believe I covered that. It's my +10 cock of destruction.
Yeah, well, of course, but aside, we know you put the stud in social studies.
That's right.
Do it. Okay. Do you want to know the answer that we have received so far, though?
Okay, now we've lost Joe.
Amazing. But fucking, do you want to know the answer that we've gotten so far for Toos? It's literally just because PP feels too good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well,
then what?
I mean, here's the thing. They're trying to roll their fucking argument to being gay is more productive than political action. Love the humorous rebuttal. See, here's the thing. You're not a serious individual, so we're mocking you. You have no serious positions. You're not capable of like a civics level or political science level of discourse. I highly doubt you've done any level of community organizing or activism. And quite frankly, I'm thinking everybody, I don't know about Kat though. Everybody else in this chat has done like some level or other, and Rabbit for sure. Rabbit's out in the fucking front. I'm probably leading behind Rabbit, behind that. Like, we've all done organizing and praxis and community activism and political action groups and shit like that. We're all highly political. Only, like, we're encountering somebody who is a joke. And so why should we take you seriously?
Hundreds of sexual partners? Oh, God, I wish. You have built in your mind an image of my day that is so much more exhausting than mine actually is. I mostly answer email.
Oh, he's got the whole gay agenda thing. I'm just seeing it in the chat log here. He's doing the whole gay agenda thing.
Interesting.
He also forgot Taco Day.
Fair enough.
Yeah, it's so fucking interesting though that there's so many people who just built up others as monoliths and forget that that there's way more factors about an individual that determine their life than their sexuality.
Super dude, I hate to be the bearer of bad news. I've never been to a gay pride parade.
I've organized them.
I've never been to them.
I'm German and I've never been to the Oktoberfest.
Yeah.
Can you believe it?
I'm a gay dude who's never been to a gay pride parade.
And I will never go.
Hey, folks in chat, who, like me, is both straight and leading a very unhealthy lifestyle?
See, there you go. But again, you're not representative of the group because reasons. And by the way, just Viva's in on that one. Yeah, like fucking super dude. I will not stop fighting until Taco Tuesdays are not only a basic human right, but 100% free for lesbians. Squid, that I can't get behind that until you include the entire LGBT community, and we purposefully exclude straights from the free Taco Tuesday because queer supremacy, right? We have to push the gay agenda. I mean,
must make out with same-sex partner in order to receive taco.
Yes.
Song that goes like in group, out group, in group, out group. Dun, 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 dun.
I just
you know that waiting jingle from gaming shows or something.
Oh, sweet, we got that. Yeah, hold on. Yeah, we're fucking bringing the heat on that one. Love it. Gay agenda, 6 a.m. gym. Okay, by the way, this is the morning person gay agenda. We have a night owl gay agenda, but it's themed a little differently. But 6 a.m. Gym, 8 a.m. breakfast, oatmeal and egg whites. Got to keep those abs. 9 a.m. hair appointment. 10 a.m. shopping, because of course you do. Noon is brunch. And then 2 p.m. is take over the government, recruit youngsters, replace school counselors, destroy marriages, bulldoze houses of worship, and secure control of the internet. Well, let's see. Check. Cool. So it looks like our afternoons are open. So
Looks like the SOCOM agenda, to be perfectly honest. Special Forces agenda?
It's goals, I mean, we can diversify based on who, because, I mean, really, this is kind of a white slanted gay agenda.
Yeah.
Damn.
It sure is.
Like, breakfast, you're going to need, something fried.
You're right, Viva. Our afternoons are open. Orgy!
Does he hate the Navy then? I mean,
I have so many friends who got laid in the military. Oh, my God.
Oh, my God.
That,
yeah.
And the gay cure camps. I have, 3 or 4 friends who, seriously, that was their gay awakening.
Oh,
They had come out as queer and they got sent to the cure camps and then met their next 3 ex-boyfriends.
what do you expect?
I sincerely am angry that I didn't get to go to Bible camp. Do you know how much gay sex happens at Bible camp? So
Yes, I do.
much.
Indeed, I do.
Yeah.
This is literally why I went to a state school, and this is literally why we kind of hung out with some girls from the Catholic girls' school, like the cool ones, because they were just fucking starved for
See, we hung out with the Catholics because they had better drugs.
I was
Yeah, and that
I was
too,
the I was the one with
ones
the
who
better
were
drug, so I was
rebelling,
good on
they
that.
were fucking rebelling. Like,
Yeah.
I think we may have driven them out.
I don't think so.
Okay, I like squid. I hear your thoughts. I've taken them on board mindfully. Taco Tuesday must be free for all of the queer community. That you've obviously been on a board at some point, clearly, because I know that language.
I
am
I'm
integrating what you've
PTSD'd
said.
with that shit.
Yep.
Fucking get a little eye twitch and shit going. 100% of Bible school. Hey, coffee man can. 100% of Bible school is on your knees. There are two things that I'm sincerely, like, in my gay career, as it were, that I'm pissed I missed out on. Right. One is Bible camp, or church camp. And two, high school wrestling. I'm sorry.
I don't think you could have hung. I'll be straight up with you, Kai.
I don't care if I could have or not.
You just wanted to be the boy on the side.
Like, that's whether I'm fine with losing those matches. Go ahead and pin me. I'm fine. Let's.
Right. It's just like, it's kind of hard to suck dick while your neck is like all fucking torqued up and shit.
That's okay. I'd find a way. I'm pretty flexible.
No, Cat, honey, not during the bout.
Yeah. I just,
Well,
the whole like.
I'm just saying when you get fucking smashed for like fucking 15 rounds in a row, it's kind of hard to like.
I see. Again, you're not helping your case here.
I mean, I'm not gonna lie. There were a couple of times, especially when I was weightlifting, that like if I wanted a guy to drop a weight because he was just annoying me, I just winked at him.
Nice.
It worked more often than you'd think.
Oh, by the way, so we're gonna have some fun here. Super dude. All right, are you listening? Super dude. Ready? I've been an ordained minister for 17 years. I bet
And we need to pick apart. Now, when you say Satan, are you referring to Satan or are you referring to Lucifer? Because if you look in the actual biblical scholars, I can't do it.
Yeah. Like fucking, like there, wasn't the talking snake literally Satan? Like there's always some Bible shit. Yeah. All Kai would say is you hit like a girl in a wink. So super dude. Since your biblical and theological knowledge is probably lacking, the passage that you rely upon for condemning homosexuality, man shall not lie with another man, is a mistranslation from the Greek arsenokotai. And we can double check this mistranslation by using the old Germanic Bibles that predate the English language Bibles and forward translate those. And what we end up with is the correct translation of arsenokotai, which is pederasty, not homosexuality.
I would like to throw in as well that the original English translation, which is the King James version of the Bible, King James was a famed witch hunter, and he really enjoyed watching the women being interrogated because it involved things like stripping them naked and spanking them.
Yes, he did. Oh, interesting. I don't rely on religion to dislike homosexuality. Oh, fun. Well, I don't.
No, I dislike homosexuals for entirely unrelated reasons.
Yeah, no. I mean, this is a classic case of repression. This is what it looks like, folks. If you want to know what like repression looks like, it looks like this. This is somebody who wants to suck a dick.
Yep.
Yeah. On the other hand, we're not repressed. We dislike gay people for entirely valid reasons. We've met them. We've dated them. We are justified.
Dude, it's actually pretty wild once you start like peeling back the surface layers.
Oh, I hang out exclusively with straight dudes. Like I've never yeah.
You met gay people?
Yeah.
Like in large quantities?
The only time I've ever hung out with large quantities of gay dudes is like house party / orgies. That's it.
I mean, I went to the bar, but
Do some fucking like. Can we talk about the moral degeneracy of the straight, like the folks who run with Epstein, like your Clinton, your Trumps, like cocked
Squid.
up there, up the wazoo. Like those are like prime members of society, right? They're upstanding.
Oh, actually, Squid, my partner isn't perfectly homosexual. My partner, in fact, has a 20-year-old son.
Ooh.
I, on the other hand, am a platinum gay.
Yeah, fuck you and your platinum chip. Yeah. I'm just gold. I'm just gold. Fucking rabbit up here with his platinum status.
Fuck yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh yeah. Googleizer. I talked about that earlier. Fucking that was one of those things I dropped earlier just out of nowhere. I was like, oh, by the way, Ghislaine Maxwell, 3 million pages of evidence.
How do you have that much evidence? Like on anything?
3
That's
million
like
pages.
more documents than on all UFOs ever. Like, what was this dude doing?
There is a reason why the QAnoners are so fucking what's it called? Like into the shit that they are into. It's like, the truth is fucking huge here.
Anarcho-anachronism. Dude, that's like 3 Das Kapitals.
That's true. That's true. It's the first volume. God, that fucking book.
Dude, it's just ridiculous. It's just a ridiculous book.
I've read Das Kapital and I have read Origin of Species. Fucking fight me. Oh my god.
I'm open about it. Like, I have it as a reference book. Like, there's no fucking way I'm reading Das Kapital. Go fuck yourself. Like, Marxists haven't read Das Kapital. I'm an anarchist. I'm not gonna fucking suffer through that bullshit.
50 pages of economic spreadsheets as an introduction.
Yeah.
Marx can suck it.
Yeah, like, fuck that guy. I just, yeah. I'm there's no room in my life for that. Anachronism. I have the audio book.
See, I'd wonder how they would read off the audiobook, because a lot of his shit is charts.
Yeah.
And I'm like, how do you do this and make it comprehensible?
And now turn to page. Yeah.
Right? Diagram 4.
Oh.
Grid A. Oh, God.
Yeah, nice, Squid. Yeah, I feel you on that. I feel your pain on that one. How many cassettes would it have been before it went digital? Oh my god. A lot?
I mean, Engels was kind of a sugar daddy, a little bit, but I mean, Marx was not badly off. This was not a guy who was hurting for rent money most of the time.
No, Marx was he was an attorney. His family owned a vineyard. Like, he was not. Yeah. By the way, we have a new graph. The gay agenda.
Bakunin broke up.
Take over the world and then make it fabulous, but mostly convince people to mind their own fucking business.
And of course, the green gay agenda, which is
Oh,
make sure that
hey!
they're biodegradable.
Chibareki, or whatever the fuck this idiot's name is back. He should have been called Proudly Cuck at Proudly Radical. Oh man, I've never been cuckolded. That's not one of my fetishes. I've got a bunch of stuff I've engaged in over the years, but generally I'm an active participant in the scene. I was
gonna say, I mean, that's the problem with cucking. Like, that's just a threesome in my world.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like, it's just like, I don't get it, but hey, if that's your thing, like, by all means, you do you, boo.
Yeah. Whatever.
Like, it's the language of someone who lives in constant fear that they're going to be replaced. Like, the manless feeling, oh no, they're going to steal my spouse. Yeah, maybe if you were a better partner, like, you wouldn't feel that way.
Seller, I totally feel you on that. I bought a copy of Burke's essays on the Sublime before I knew what conservatism was, so now I have a collection of essays, I guess. Yeah, I have several books like that.
Yeah, but super dude, it's normal. It's fucking normal. Gays are fucking normals. They exist. They function in society. They provide. Like Alan Turing is the father of modern computing. Gay dude.
By definition, it's literally not normal. I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but well, you know.
Normal is pretty much anything that exists. You know, degrees of acceptable or not acceptable are socially prescribed, and various reasons for that. But normal is anything that is real.
It might be not model, but it's like
Yeah.
Well,
it exists.
I mean, okay, so conforming to a standard, usual, typical, or expected. Every generation, you will get homosexuals. There is an 8 to 10% rate of homosexuality within humankind, spanning all of human history. Now, if this isn't usual, typical, or expected, then I don't know what is. Like, thanks for just proving our point. You're just an adorable human being.
I expect gay dudes. Every time I go to the club, there they are.
Like, you're just
Every day.
bad at this.
What's wrong with like existing within a children's side, like line of sight? It's-
Ward children? Dude, what parades are you going to?
yeah.
And
Like,
by the way, Super Dude, my man,
all the time.
flaunting their sexuality towards children, I recite to you one name, Matt Gates.
I mean, I hate to be again, the bearer of bad news here, but flaunting their sexuality in massive public displays. Do you know how many fucking PG, like PG-13 movies I've seen in my life that have, like, basically explicit heterosexual sex scenes in it?
Pretty much.
Like, how do you not realize how much flaunting of heterosexual sexuality happens continuously?
And they're so bad at it.
Oh yeah, it's,
So many of those movies, it's like you two are in separate rooms.
Oh,
and-
Super Dude, I have a
it's just
fucking
adorable.
bad
You know what?
news for
Actually, you know what? I'm gonna extend the offer. This has been going on long enough. Hey, Super Dude, you have a bunch of horrible, shitty takes. You want to get on air? You seem like you have something you want to get off your chest. So why don't you get on air and see if you can't hang? Because I know people love to talk in chat, but when it comes to actually voicing their opinion and actually having to stand up to criticism directly, usually people are cowards. So,
All right.
Well, don't be a cock.
I mean,
I
I'm
would
betting
also, I would respect you even more if you provided a picture so that we have some idea of who it is we're talking to.
yeah. I mean, Sue's a streamer, Rabbit does stuff, fucking Cat's a streamer, Joe is streamed, fucking Fertus, you put up anything yet?
In June.
Oh,
Hold me
yes,
to it.
there it is, everyone. Too late, and I'm gone in 5 minutes anyway, he says after being here for like an hour and a half. I absolutely adore people like you. You just, look, it's okay. Look, it's natural to be a coward, right?
Absolute manlet.
Cowards live.
Cowards live. It is a viable survival strategy. I 100% understand and respect that you do not have the huevos, the cojones to put up and actually engage in a public forum. You like to sit behind your keyboard and just, talk shit. Like that Chibulecki or whoever this other person is. They like to just sit in your DMs and talk shit. But when it actually comes time to engage, oh, well, my microphone's broken. It's too late. I got to go to work in 5 minutes. Oh, the sun is in my eyes. Oh, I just sprained my tongue. There's always a fucking excuse. All right, I get it. It's difficult to actually fucking go on camera and get on mic and put up. But it's okay. I understand that, a room full of like sexual degenerates have more, bravery than you do. But you know, to each their own. Again, I understand cowardice. Live to fight another day. It's a valid survival strategy. You don't want to get on the air with a bunch of like degenerate queers and shit like that and get shown just
Damn it, Katrina. Damn it.
These bunch of degenerates are better educated than
how actually
Scary.
inadequate you are as not only clearly a lover, but you know, as somebody engaging in rhetoric and to engage in the dialectic. Oh, hey, there's Karina. Let's just add another fucking degenerate on the pile. What's up, Karina?
Hi, everyone. I thought just to add to this utter chaos that I'm also such a fucking degenerate that I want to put on dresses and such and look like a girl even though I have a dick. How much does that bother you? I bet a lot, doesn't it?
Fucking fucking Joe put the second photo like fucking looking.
God damn, Joe.
That's we were talking about the
you
fucking
forget.
hair. We were talking about the
I
fucking
can
hair.
see them.
Hold on.
This is me fucked up.
Right? Like here's
Second one. First one
I'm
fucked up.
fucking telling you, people.
yeah. Joe's a good looking dude.
Yeah, Joe, I'm gonna be right now.
Damn.
Yeah,
I'll be right
I
back.
know how it's like to not have any game, like not having to talk
Alright.
at all, just getting hit on. But that doesn't
I
happen.
think Super you just crossed the line.
Thank you, thank you, Chibriki.
Oh, can I,
I
ban
love
him?
that.
Let me see. What did he do?
Oh, suicide joke.
Yeah.
Ah, damn.
Standard trans suicide joke.
I mean, as long as you can rock a dress, you know. I look
Yeah.
horrific in dresses. I'm just throwing that out.
I've
there.
never actually worn one. So I don't know what I look like in a dress.
I do not have the. I'm not built for it. I'm such a freaking like cylinder. It just doesn't work.
Yeah, so like IRL haven't tried one yet, but have tried the like tiny shorts and wearing fishnets around, and damn, that is fun.
Yeah.
Oh, hang on. I'm also Chibareki or whatever the fuck your name is.
Chibri.
Yeah, no, I'm having fun doing that intentionally. Come on, you got to be able to read it. Like fucking, you know, whenever I say or whatever the fuck your name is numerous times. Chibaraki, I don't know. Chibaraki, whatever your fucking
Why
name
is he
is.
calling you a cigarette?
Chiberki.
Yeah, fucking Che Guevara, do you want to get on the air and have this conversation? Like I will put you on the air. Like
Shout out to Chibareki. Just relax, dude.
Chibri.
It's fine.
come on.
Come
on
on
the
here,
air.
you absolute piece of scum.
Yeah,
Oh,
like
it's a mincemeat turnover.
isn't
It's
that
actually really they're
is-
actually really good.
isn't that Lou
Typically-
Gehrig's disease?
Oh yeah.
Dude, they're fucking ballers, son.
Yeah,
It's like,
my family makes these. This is Venica. Yeah.
yeah, they're basically like, I guess, like for people who don't know if they've had it, like they're kind of like empanadas, but like, you know, just
It's a
deep
it's a fucking popover or turnover. It's fucking fried pastry. Every goddamn culture on the planet has this thing.
filled with meat.
Yeah,
and
well,
onions.
every culture on the planet has this thing. They take some sort of pastry, they stuff it with meat, and they fry the shit out of it.
Here's the debate that has literally divided members of my family. Do you cover it with gravy or syrup?
Oh,
See, for them, they just serve it. They serve it with like
Well,
fucking like mayonnaise. And
is
shit.
it
Oh, I know.
is it meat?
That's-
Are we going like savory?
Meat or cheese. You
Okay.
can fill it with either, but that's what Venica is.
Well,
And
I mean, then
neither
you're
of them
going
divided
gravy.
the family.
You're going gravy.
I'm just saying. This is the debate that I watched play out at a dinner table, and it was freaking hysterical. Because you have not
Oh
seen-
well, we gotta.
Is it-
All right,
well,
everybody. Well, I mean, their account is brand new. Clearly, whoever this fucking idiot is they, you know, they have to spin up new accounts. So
I have him.
who's gonna mod them out of existence? Who's gonna be the one to pull that trigger? Fucking cat. See you later.
Dun, dun,
Love you,
dun.
Caddy.
I do the gulag.
I didn't even see his message.
He was starting to talk about how we deserved 9/11 and people, you know, shit like that. Like he started straying into that territory. So
There's
yeah.
that with the fash.
I'm an obvious troll. Also, I could be 100% wrong. Don't actually think he was from a Slavic area.
You see, he claimed
was
to be from Moldova, but I mean,
he said a small country just like south of Transylvania, and it's like, okay, that you could be from there, but there's also a good chance that you just are a Western asshat who is role playing.
hey, Random.
Role playing a Slav,
Yep.
and you thought of how do I avoid the obvious.
Oh, Zen, has that person been making the rounds?
It's okay. If I don't see you squat properly, you probably Western spy. So I
Hey,
don't trust
premarital.
you anymore.
Oh, premarital, you missed. It's been a night. It's been a night. You can see by this list. Like, I mean, admittedly, Karina's a recent addition, but we've just, I knew it, and cut the mic. Thank you for the follow. I knew it going into the stream tonight. It was going to be a weird stream. It's a night stream. I just felt it in my bones, so I leaned into it from the beginning. We've had a bunch of fucking weirdness. We've had a bunch of bad takes. We've had a bunch of idiots.
Now, sadly, you did miss the slam poetry reading at the beginning.
Yes.
Yeah. I can shorthand it for you. All civilization is doomed to fail, and we will all die.
Yeah, premarital. We talked about that person, but we didn't know they have not been back.
So nothing changed.
Not really.
Yeah.
By the way, quick lesson. If you want to identify Western spy, you gotta watch their heels. If they do squat and heels do not touch ground, Western spy.
Exactly. I'm very impressed that you understand the intrinsic value of when sled squat round, heels flat on ground.
I
Is
love
it
the
dis-
East German twin.
Distinguishing.
Oh, Jesus. Seller, I found a popular ASMR channel who's an Anprim.
I can't say I'm proud.
Wait,
Is it
is it?
just like slapping rocks together?
I've got this.
Okay.
I had
3
to,
a.m. Oh my god, I'm such an idiot.
I was gonna say,
Why do I have,
even I had
why
to
do
I
I
had to
have
take your
shit in my
volume
hand? That's
down
weird. How
live.
did that happen? All of a sudden, I have poop in my hand. I don't know why.
Remember when you killed that lamp?
Random is vegan. I'm a post-left, post-anarchist, but that occupies the space of leftism. I believe in egalitarian. I believe in social welfare principles and that sort of thing. So I would be what most people would identify as probably a far leftist. If you use a 4-quadrant political compass, just imagine the bottom left-hand corner. Yep, put me there.
And then go
However,
further.
I'm a fish.
So cause of death, drug overdose. Gotcha.
Yes, you saw that, right?
Yeah, that was hilarious.
It's just the sound of raw elk meat.
Yeah, I saw that one too. I loved it. Fucking.
Eating it on the counter. It's fine.
I like elk meat. Elk meat. So far left, you need a fucking telescope to see you.
I love the off-right one, getting ambushed while doing war crimes. That's great.
Yeah. Binary. Who you asking that? Oh shit. What are your pronouns? Non-binary. Yeah. Like I don't know who you're asking that to. If you're asking me, Kat has fucking like months and months ago just grabbed my hand and yanked me down the path of gender nihilism. I just don't give a shit. So like I don't care. But you know, traditionally I'm just a dude. Yeah, he, him works, but again, I don't care. Like, there's just no part of me that really gives a shit. But
Oh my
How
god,
much-
guys.
How
Are
much
you
time
kidding
does
me?
the user list take to refresh?
Does that mean that Kai is like technically non-binary now?
Hold on. Why? Premarital, you're getting DMs from Chad.
yes, yes,
Chandaloki?
yeah,
I'm getting them too. He's
Yes!
DMing me.
yes, because
Hearing all the
my
women.
whispers are
Hail
closed.
Stalin, everybody here loves it. Cry Tanky more, dumbass.
Oh my goodness.
Yes, tell.
Don't
Oh,
get any of the good DMs.
Me neither for some reason. I'm sad. I feel like I'm missing out on like a core experience of the trolls.
You know, Kat, I gotta tell you, I think it's racism.
Maybe. That might be it. They can hear like the R's roll sometimes. Like it just they sense it.
I know, right, Cupcake? That's what I thought too. That was the first thing that popped into my head was, this motherfucker called us tankies. Like,
That's some sterner shit right there.
I was called a tanky. Of course, in the same thread, I was also called a radlib. So,
You know,
Interesting.
I have an identity crisis going on right now. I'll resolve it and let you know.
God, I really need to design the outfits for anarcho super gay communism.
I feel like they just look like JoJo characters after a while.
Yeah, they should. They should be such a farce that they would be ashamed to ever be associated with Soviet stylings ever again. Also, pink, no red. Red is like black and red flags, absolutely allowed, but no red outfits. It's gotta be pink. They can't feel their specific brand of manliness anymore. It is forbidden.
Cat, Squid is saying to you that they think that I could be an honorary NB, even though I'm not technically one.
You know what,
Wait,
I
are we
think-
handing this shit out now?
Yeah, we're handing this
Yeah, I
shit
guess-
out.
Yeah,
All right.
yeah.
Hey,
That's
if you don't actually consider yourself associative with the gender of man, then pretty much.
Oh no,
you
I
are.
do. I'm a dude through and through. Like I'm a guy. I really am. Like
No, I'm not.
But
I'm
I
not
just don't
being-
give a shit about my pronouns. Like I'm not like there's no part of me that I don't give a shit. Like call me her. It doesn't bother me one way or the other. Like it's just not something that gets in my head. So
Right. Well, that's the thing is that like a lot of people would consider that like an actual separation from the gender because like this is something that like a trans friend actually walked me through this with like with a cis friend basically trying to convince me that I was non-binary because like they basically stated that cis people are just as capable of experiencing gender dysphoria as a trans person.
Yeah.
So it's like the fact
Yes, Maniac.
that like a person doesn't experience that could like be a whole thing.
Maniac just realized that Cappy was a capybara.
That's because capybaras are the chillest motherfuckers on the planet.
If I die
my-
and there is reincarnation, all I can say is for the amount of physical suffering I have gone through in this lifetime, all I'm asking is I want to be a Japanese capybara chilling in an onsen. Right? Like that's all I'm asking. Like I just want to be one of those capybaras chilling in one of those Japanese onsens with the orange peels and shit floating around and a bird just chilling on my head. I just want to chill. Capybaras are cool with basically everybody. There's pictures of like a fucking a jaguar and a fucking a crocodile sitting next to him. It's like, yeah, what? We're just hanging out, right? Like,
They're a hamster the size of a small like vehicle. I mean, what's a jaguar gonna do with that? Well, I can't eat you.
yeah, like I
You
just
want to go to the movies?
I love
Yeah.
I love them as just spiritually. Like, yeah, like let's just like smoke weed and chill in a Japanese onsen. What else are you gonna do? No, that's the plan. Like that's literally we're just gonna chill in the Japanese onsen. That's it. That's all we're doing now. Like, yeah, I love capybaras. Oh, and apparently premarital got blocked by fucking Che Guevara or whatever that fucking dude's name was.
Oh,
What's shared content?
Oh, we're going to shared? Yeah, we're going to shared content. Oh, let's see.
God.
Hey, Stalin. He said the exact same copy paste. I wonder if it's a bot somehow. Probably not.
No, they just have limited material they work off of. Ancom Libra, like, how are you fucking like not all?
what's
right?
Kerwa?
Let's see. There we go. Working on it. There we
Kurva.
go.
It's basically like it's kind of like just the way you say like whore, but like not in Russian, but in like Polish, Ukrainian, that sort of like family.
There you go, Libra. Check your whispers. Nutria. Oh yeah, fucking Nutria and fucking the Gulf Coast. Yeah, that's a whole thing. Yes, Seller. That person was in chat.
No, Nutria are not chill.
No, they're very
Futea,
destructive.
on the other hand, are incredibly chill. They're kind of amazing. And they look like rabbits. In fact, there are rabbits that tend to live in trees, which is why the word for rabbit and squirrel in a lot of Central American and Caribbean tribal languages is either the same word or a cognate.
Hey, Kai, you ever get the chance to like pet a capybara?
Did you say cat or Kai?
Kai.
Oh,
Okay.
Yeah.
I was just like, I was just waiting.
yeah, it kind of sounded. No, I haven't. From what I understand, their hair is very coarse.
Yeah, it's not very soft.
Yeah.
I would compare it to like a horsehair brush. Like if you've ever like painted the side of a house, like one of those brushes.
That's fair. Yeah, I would agree with that.
It looks that way.
Zen, terrible LARPer, can't even use Cyrillic.
Yeah.
Capybara. Oh, gee.
Elliot.
I'm kind of ashamed that he blocked me. I like it when they send you a paragraph for each word you send while crying into their mom's bosom. Oh, interesting, Squid. Pretty sure they're still watching. Oh, I love the hate watchers. They're my favorite. Kat can testify to this. I've been talking about these assholes like since the beginning because we had them over on Podbean too. There are motherfuckers that hate me that watch me longer than y'all that actually like me.
Dude, I'm pretty sure like 4chan has been like steady making a profile on you like ever since like we got to Twitch.
Hey, it has happened. We've been posted to 4chan before.
Okay, so like, do these guys just like binge watch Life is Boris for like 3 hours and make up this like roleplay character and then just run with it forever?
Yeah.
Oh my god, thank you for saying that. Hold on. So, Kai, you asked about weird shit that happened during the poetry reading.
Yes.
One of the questions that dude asked, I have no idea what elicited this question. I don't know what it was about what Sweet and I were saying that like inspired this, but he actually put it to Sue and I, whether or not anything like D&D had ever existed before D&D was invented.
So he was asking for an indigenous Dungeons and Dragons.
Yes. And we were both like, you mean storytelling? He's no. No, not that. Dungeons and Dragons. And we're like, yeah, storytelling. What are you talking about?
Well, there's a layer of interactivity.
He's fucking
like a back and forth, if you will.
Wait, you should have settled him and just said indigenous fate instead.
Oh man, this is just I don't, you know.
Like, yes, I'm sure some guy started a story and then some guy said, well, my character does this, and then my character does that.
I'm actually sure that's happened to
I bet
everyone.
that's how plays were
yeah.
written.
Oh.
Not to be a total pedant, but that's
Yep, Che Guevara's still watching.
God.
Squid just put it in chat. Tell his mom is a bitch. So
well,
yeah,
okay.
yep, still watching. Received when Kai read my comment. So hi there, Che Guevara, or whatever the fuck your name is. I'm never gonna remember it because you're just not important, quite frankly. But hi there. Anyway, thanks for the metrics, I guess.
Don't even deserve the proper pronunciation anymore.
I don't know. You know what? I'm just gonna call you Pastry. So I'm just gonna call you Pastry from now on. So Pastry, thanks for hate watching. You know.
Che Guevara? God damn it.
Random is vegan. What's my favorite topic? I mean, I do anarchist education. I'm basically like on Twitch. I mean, to a certain extent, I'm the first contact for anarchism. I'm the one who holds the gate open rather than fucking keeping it closed on motherfuckers. So, I mean, favorite topic, I talk about anarchism and anarchistic education on a daily basis, 5 days a week. So, you know, that definitely like favorite topic territory. But tonight we're just leaning into the debauchery because the debauchery found me.
Hey.
I, on the other hand, mostly talk about the hotness of my co-streamers here.
Yeah.
That seems to be my day so far.
Apropos, could you ruffle your hair up a little bit, Kai?
I mean, it's it's kind of flat. I've been wearing the fucking beanie. It's all
Yeah, exactly, the beanie.
Yeah, we'll just go back to the. I can put the beanie on. I can. I swear. In a world filled with pastries, be a Kai. Thank you, Maniac. Yeah. So I mean, thanks for the hate watch, pastry. Don't know what else to say to you. I mean, he keeps saying shit like "Hail Stalin" or something. Like apparently doesn't understand that. Like I mean, hey, we get a break. Minute 20.
Cope.
Oh.
We're now listening to Jive Tunes, brought to you by
Trey. So the
is it saying cope?
yeah, cope. He literally said cope for 45 minutes in a stream.
Oh, it's infrared. Okay.
Yeah.
I'm digging it. I'm okay with it.
You haven't heard it before?
No. I'm not cool. What are you talking about?
Me trade.
Yes, you are. What the fuck are you talking about?
No, I don't keep up with all the latest. I don't know what you kids are into.
That's not what, like, being cool is not giving a fuck.
Yeah.
Yeah, I feel the same way. I just don't give it.
Have you heard?
I don't know what's going on.
Have you heard Mitre's newest song, Joe?
A little bit of it, yeah.
Yeah.
It sounds a little bit more clubby.
Let's see. This stream kicks
More
ass. First
clubby
night
than
really
that.
on Twitch. Besides goofing around, so happy I found you. Oh, well, thank you kindly, Anachronism, and Cha Guerrero should DM me too. Says Plaid. Yeah, a bunch of people are
Wait,
getting
Libra-
fucking DMs.
Libra got a DM too?
Yeah, people are getting DMs from Pastry.
I feel so left out.
Same here.
Yeah.
Maybe it's because you're not in the Twitch. You're not in chat right now in Twitch. You're just on Discord. Maybe it's that.
Non-binary feels
be
left out
here.
too. We'll throw some Mitre.
By the way, Kai, what was the issue with that beanie? Was it that the company didn't source their materials ethically?
Oh no! Well, I mean, yeah, I mean that's an issue, but I mean it's a horrible embroidery job of Cappy. It does not look good.
It's a bit zombie.
Yeah, it did. No, that's the issue. I called it. I called it APOC cap. So apocalyptic Cappy.
Yeah.
Yeah, like that's the issue.
What is Public Loser saying with even if you did send me a chud once? What did you do?
Anachronism. Hey, I just met you and this is crazy, but here's my account. DM me, Pastry. Oh, Plaid Weasel.
Nice.
Plaid Weasel got a DM.
Pastry. Bruh. Why are you leaving out the gay boy?
Bruh.
What do we do?
Yeah, I thought you were like the target of your harassment.
Yeah.
It's sort of a brownish, orangish color, non-binary. Debate me about burgers. I mean, what about burgers? Let's see. Superior Burger probably has a mix of meat in it, or you want to go steak burger, but you're gonna need at least a 25% fat ratio. And quite frankly, you need to do it on a griddle. You need to do it hard and fast on both sides. Grind your own meat yourself, because you can't do a proper, medium rare, rarish burger with store ground. You can't trust that. So you're going to have to grind your own meat as well. it depends what kind of, what finished product you're looking for, though. Like, flavor components after that. It's up to you.
Buffalo.
Ah, damn it! The retort is have a vegan burger.
Yeah, those aren't good. Sorry, they're just
They're
They're
bad.
not even
okay.
good for your health.
Yeah,
lot
they're
of 'em.
they're bad for the environment too. Usually,
That too, yeah.
Well, yeah, because they make you fart.
yeah.
If they're vegan trademark, yes.
Was that?
Like,
That's the
I
thing.
can't.
If you let try capitalism to fix this.
Yep.
Wait,
It's just gonna
hold on. What did
Same
Plaid
with
say?
these milk alternatives, a
Oh
lot of them.
shit! Plaid got sent. Plaid got sent. Quote: "You should have been aborted. You cuck virus. You're the scummiest thing on the planet. End yourself." All right, so
Having
we need to.
Delightful.
We need to fucking start reporting this dumbass just so they have to create a new account apparently, which apparently they will do. Like I said, they created that account fucking 2 days ago.
Yeah,
But
if you received a harassing DM, feel free.
Yeah.
It's just
fucking if you get harassed by this piece of shit, report him.
I figure him to be one who keeps masturbating while crying, so it wouldn't surprise me if he just creates new accounts.
Isn't that hard to do?
Yeah, it's pretty hard to do.
What are you talking about? That's not normal?
I mean, I just think there are easier ways.
Libra, now I feel less special. I think you meant to tag me there, non-binary. I think you need a new part for your car. Part number. Oh, that's the Volkswagen pack of sausages, right?
I use my tears for lube.
Yikes.
This
That-
is some,
that would
this
be
is
a
some emo
salty
kink right here.
surprise.
Emo kink.
Emo kink. Yeah, and quite frankly, like, I mean, burgers really aren't my thing, but between bison and elk, you will like take my ribeyes from my cold dead hands.
Damn, Skippy.
Have you ever had boar?
Yes, I have. I've had most. I don't think there's. I'm trying to think if there's any like North American animals that I haven't consumed at this point.
Have you had
cougar?
llama?
The big cats aren't really edible from what I understand. Like they're not good. And is yeah.
They could differ, but okay.
Tam, thank you for the gift sub and congratulations, Plaid Weasel. Yes, I've had bear cut the mic. I've had rattlesnake. I've had alligator. I've had like I said, I've had a lot of them.
Have you had llama?
No,
I only got to try any reptile.
I've had
when I was
beaver
a kid
chili.
in Florida. I had to go to America to get reptile to eat. It sucked. But I
Yeah.
loved it. I mean, like, the food tasted good. I mean, it sucked that I had to go all the way to Florida.
Squid. No, I have yet to have kangaroo, and it's not that I don't have access to a supply line for it. It's that, quite frankly, I want to come to Australia and have like fresh kangaroo. Like I don't want it frozen and shipped across the fucking ocean. I want to come to you guys and have it.
Are there kangaroo farms in the US?
See,
Horse.
there
Yeah.
are.
Horse is actually good. Dude, it's good.
I'm a big fan of llama. Llama's good. Buffalo is good.
Never eat.
Elk is good, but you have to be careful about what sources you're getting because there are people who like industrial hunt it, and that's not great.
Yeah. I mean, we've talked about it. Like, I go to great lengths to ensure my food supply chain that I'm not directly in charge of myself. Yeah, like, I mean, infamously Kai has a guy for duck fat.
The duck fat thing.
I've got a duck fat guy. Like, he's in Texas. He takes care of me.
I have
bougie
duck fat. All I
fuck.
got to do is drive fast down my main street,
Thump thump. There we go.
run over 5 geese, and it didn't even take me that much time.
Premarital would like to know how one industrial hunts elk.
It's because what they'll do is sometimes they'll call it a captive hunt, but what they do is they fence off an area, and then they will specifically put like feeders in those sections so that, especially during mating season, they will learn to gravitate to those areas, and then they will bring in people, and they will just shoot them like ducks in a row.
Akin to shooting fish in a barrel, I guess.
Yeah, it's cows in a
Alright.
field. It's cows in a field, and they will shoot them like 10, 15 at a time. And
So
it's for sport
I
hunting.
guess.
Well, it's for sport hunting, but what they do is they take the head or the antlers or whatever, and then the meat gets processed. But the trade-off is these are people who are literally farming a wild animal, and they're doing it.
If you're
for
gonna farm,
asphalt.
farm. Don't.
Yeah. I mean, these
So
are guys who are
there
paying.
is-
Imagine paying $20,000 to shoot a cow. That's what you're doing.
It's a good
But it's
hassle.
an elk,
I
so
mean,
it's
why?
got bragging rights.
What's
I
the
don't think
weirdest
so.
animal? I mean, it just depends on your perspective. I mean, fucking rattlesnake is pretty fucking weird to a lot of people.
I've had
Did
jellyfish salad.
Yeah, I
Do you have
mean,
any scorpion pie?
yeah, oh yeah, fucking roasted scorpions. Yeah.
Yeah, boy.
Scorpions are tasty.
Throw some chili powder, lemon in there. it's good
Yeah,
to go.
yeah, oh yeah. All of the sort of crustacean adjacent insects are best prepared by Oaxacans.
I ate a vegan once.
Or a deep fryer.
Yeah, that's
That was
yeah.
actually vegan.
Cellar. Yeah, lingua. Taco lingua is
Alright.
I'd like to think that isn't in the weird territory though.
it depends.
It's
There
like
is a company called Fossil Farms in New Jersey that sells kangaroo. It-
that's what I say, bro.
Yeah, we have them in the U.S.
Apparently they have alligator, antelope, Berkshire pork, whatever that is, pheasant, turkey, squab.
How does
Well,
jellyfish taste like for twos? I'm
I don't
imagining-
remember.
Yeah,
I
it
remember
doesn't-
it being spicy, but otherwise, it was like a lifetime ago.
Oh, I see.
I didn't like it. It's an odd texture.
Right? That's
To me, after it
would
had
be
been
my
prepared,
biggest,
it-
like...
well, have you had not like blood sausage, but have you had like boiled blood?
Yes.
It's
Yeah.
kind of that same texture.
Huh.
Right. Gel-like.
Yeah, and I wasn't impressed.
Yeah, no.
Yeah, it is funny how a lot of Westerners are really freaked out by the blood thing. It's like you do realize it's in a lot of stuff we eat. Like,
Yep.
It's very, like, blood sausage is very classical.
Yeah.
I mean,
Western
meat
European.
is red.
With
Yeah.
applesauce, it's delicious. I love it.
non-binary wants to know of you for twos. Have you ever been vegan?
I know.
Exactly,
Yeah,
Elliot.
if it's like, if me going vegan would save the world, I'd do it. But
I need someone to
Like-
answer that with like, it was a Thursday. It didn't go well.
I have
Like-
I have done stints eating vegan meals, and I mean, infamously around these parts at least, Kai hasn't, except for vacations. If I'm on vacation, I will make an exception, but other than that, I haven't had a meal prepared for me we're coming up on a decade. Like this year it's going to be a decade.
non-binary being the
So-
food, not elitist but snob that I am, I will never eat
Good night, Zeno.
non-meat meat.
Oh, you're fucking French.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Because if
Thank you for
you're
the follow,
going
Zeno.
to give me soy or any kind of ingredient, make it the thing. Like I want each ingredient to express themselves as themselves, not parade as something else. I don't see. I have no interest in pretending eating meat when
Yeah.
I'm not.
If you like, I mean, Buddhist monasteries are infamous for this. Like, I mean, there's entire regions in Asia that eat a vegan diet and that sort of thing, and it's not like fake food. It just happens to be vegan or vegetarian. It's not like they're trying to create fake bacon or something like that. That vegan
that's just weird
substitution
to me.
food is horrible.
And, well, and I don't quite understand the point. If you're going to say, I morally have a problem with meat, okay, then why are you spending so much energy and time trying to replicate a thing you don't want?
Well,
Some
one
weird
argument is
'Cause it
when you're
tastes
putting,
better.
like, you still want the taste, or you want to have people over, or you want to appear to eat meat so as not to like disturb those who do, which are valid to some extent. I understand, like it's been when I went into my rants about the food being what it pretends to be. I've had many arguments that I understand honestly, but yeah.
I have no time in my life for those fucking foods.
Yeah, I know a
I
lot
like
of vegans
avocados.
who hate them just as much. They like you
We
don't
need to
that
get
shit
the
to
West
be
eating
vegan.
bugs.
Yeah, in
We
the
just-
Netherlands you can already buy bugs in the supermarket.
All right,
fried
so
or
here's
canned.
my take on the bugs. Y'all just
Yeah.
need to know more Mexicans.
Nah, it's true though.
It's true.
Yeah.
Hey,
Mexican,
we eat them on the islands too.
yeah, but the Mexicans prepare them better. Sorry.
Don't judge me.
The Oaxacans are the kings and queens of this shit. I'm sorry. Like, go to Oaxaca and have some chipolanes or something. Like, fucking, they will school you on how to fucking prepare and consume insects, and they're fucking delicious.
It's Oaxaca. It's not hard.
I can do shrimp.
It's
That's my compromise.
honestly, yeah. I think that we just need more like Latin culture in our lives, and then that shit just comes with it. Like, are you kidding me? Chipolanes are the perfect fucking bar snack. Like,
Okay, I have a question for the panel. Are the French Latin?
No, they wouldn't. Wouldn't they fall under Hispanic?
Well,
No, not Hispanic, Latin.
yeah,
No, but I'm
Very strong Latin influence for sure.
because Hispanic literally
Counts
means
as,
from Spain.
yeah.
Yep.
Uh,
That would encompass,
Yes,
the Italians and such.
Viva's
okay, hold on.
Viva's going with French or Germanic.
Well, like, okay, Viva and non-binary both. For me, there's a parsing that kind of needs to happen with the fake meat question. I have no problems with people who have, like, they can't eat meat, but they wish that they could. They like got Lyme disease and now they can't eat meat, so they really fucking miss bacon. I get that. I'm talking about the vegans who go to vegan and then say, "Oh, but I eat,
Fake bacon."
ham." Yeah, it's like, then you're not a moral vegan. You're just an asshole. That's not the same thing.
Luxembourg is French. French is Germanic, says Premarital.
Hell no. Bullshit. The Franks are ethnically Germanic, but I think, right? But the French language and culture is more Latin than it is Germanic. Way more Latin.
Of course, but like,
Well,
are
it is
they-
now.
Were there now?
No, it is now, because, y'all got all of those academies and crap, like Occitan. Occitan
Academy.
is not. It wouldn't be recognizable to a person who spoke French today.
True.
So Squid, what I'm hearing is that you just need to sit in like a darkened room, like watching a movie with a bowl of crunchy stuff and a beer next to you, and you'll be fine. You just can't see them. That's all.
Well, that's kind of the other bit too, Maritals. I don't think the French are clamoring to be considered Latino either.
Yeah, are you desperate to be Spanish?
I don't care, and it's just basically a
Thank
thought
you for
experiment.
this.
But apparently the chat seems overwhelming in favor of saying we're German, which why not?
Can I just call you all colonizers and like save time?
Yes,
Okay.
please be my guest.
Makes it so much easier.
I like Zen's take. Mostly eating bugs allows me to feel like a Klingon badass.
There you go. There you go.
Oh God, Plaid. There was a castle in Beauty and the Beast. Beauty and the Beast was in France. There are castles in Luxembourg. Luxembourg is French.
Fuck.
Right.
That's too many steps.
Sure.
Oh, Squid. Fucking, I don't really like eating chicken feet. It's just too much goddamn work. But I have always, like, if I'm doing like a bone broth or a chicken stock or like a soup base that's chicken based, I'm always putting chicken feet in. Dude, they're super cheap. You can buy them in bulk, and they add, so much gelatin to the mix. Yeah, chicken feet are definitely on the menu.
Tale as old as time. I feel it, Libra.
Is this getting us into, is Strasbourg Germany or France? We're gonna cross into that line.
We won't give you the Alsace and the Lorraine.
What about Belgium? Belgium's quite German.
Oh God.
Oh no.
Seller.
Excuse me, it's Strasbourg. Oh, fuck off. Anyway,
Strasbourg is German, says Viva.
freaking Alsace-Lorraine.
I like to explain Romance languages is that Portuguese, Spanish, and Italian are siblings. Romanian is the weird cousin that appears once a year that everyone loves. And France is that asshole-ish step-sibling who's in your life since dad died and mom remarried a deadbeat crackhead, says Premarital.
Hard.
Well, I mean, PhD in English.
Well, what the hell does that make the Swiss?
I don't know. Like, maybe an
We don't talk about the
maybe an
We just don't talk about
yeah,
them,
like
but that's
maybe an inbred relative or something.
That's the stepbrother that nobody talks to.
Yeah.
He just kind of covers the dessert tray. We don't even talk about him.
Random. Do you like right wingers? Just depends on the takes that they espouse.
There's that weird place where all people of the higher echelons of power find safety and can protect their money and shit. Like,
Oh,
that weird place.
Premarital said Switzerland doesn't exist. You can't convince me that it does. So there you go.
Finland, on the other hand.
Switzerland is a conspiracy theory.
Yes, it is just a giant pit. If you try and fly to Switzerland, you need to fly into the giant empty space and go to the center of the earth before you eventually find
that's why you.
Oh
fully
god.
armed humanoids.
All right. Everybody,
perfect to avoid taxes.
everybody to their corners. We're gonna do this. Random is vegan. I have an argument for the Earth being flat. I am sincerely hoping that you're just memeing and you're riffing and you're feeling the vibe and you're like, let's do this, because we're making fun of Switzerland being a conspiracy theory. But if you're serious, I definitely want to hear it. But tell me if you're fucking around or you're serious so we can characterize this appropriately. But by all means, tell us.
Just started. What the fuck?
To be fair, knowing the
Are
room,
we going to be giggling or are we going to be mean?
well, that's the thing. Either way, we'll go all in.
Yeah, we're in either way. Don't worry about
go
it.
all in.
Libra, I don't know about y'all. I hope they're for real. Part of me actually is hoping. Yeah.
I like that you threw Denmark in there. Switzerland, Belgium, and Denmark don't exist.
I mean,
Okay.
that's fair.
I'm fine with it. As long as I don't have to potentially, admit to a future where French Canada is like actually a thing. I'll take it. It's my out to just never acknowledge their desires.
I mean,
So, like, your entire commitment to the bit is, can I ignore the Quebecois ever?
Pretty much.
Gotcha.
So-
There is a
Fair enough.
point
Okay.
where Quebec animosity is only going to encourage, like, pushback. Like, we got. gotta be careful.
yeah, I've heard this one now. So gravity goes down, and if gravity goes down, so you're on the ground on the top, but when you're on the bottom, you don't fall down into space. Why is that? Does gravity not exist, or maybe the Earth is flat? Now you need to tell us whether you're just fucking around or whether you're serious.
That's
Podbean Squid is raising their hand saying they know the answer.
Podbean squid.
Fucking.
I mean, that
Okay, cool.
presumes that the
All right.
force of gravity is the Earth.
Oh my god, I need to call an Australian right now.
No one, Tam. We're not. They're fucking around. They're having fun. We need to,
I mean, even if the Earth was flat, even if the Earth was flat, you would only be able. That would only be true if the Earth was the source of the gravity, like the dirt directly below you. Like change
as
the location.
Aristotle
of
would
the
put it, yes.
Well, I mean, obviously the gravity is derived from the magic turtle, right? Like that's
Yes.
I thought gravity comes from the snake.
Okay, so there's this giant turtle in the space, and like there's 4 elephants, like gigantic, always in the perpetual strength, lifting up a vortex, and right above the vortex is this ever-expanding disc.
Well, I just
The
thought
disc.
my dick does all that. So
Well, but that's
Oh fuck yeah!
well,
I'd rather that.
It's super massive. It's super massive. You see, it creates gravity.
Public
Hey,
magic turtles.
Hey,
I
boy,
believe
your
in
dick's so big,
science
it's got a
turtles.
gravitational field.
Yeah.
no.
God.
I think you're all forgetting the snake.
Oh, well, I mean,
The giant serpent holding in the ocean.
Yeah.
And that's how gravity works.
that sounds like some indigenous nonsense to me. Around these parts, we have a Eurocentric turtle view.
Yeah, it's a Viking. It's a Viking snake. You can see the
North-
horns.
Oh, man.
He even speaks
Let me
German.
check.
Great.
Let me check.
I know my Wagner. The snake speaks German.
Science turtles all the way down.
Yes.
And when do the Valkyries come in?
That was the thing. Oh my god, I wished like giant turtles with islands on their backs actually was a thing. That would be paradises.
Squid says we actually live upside down. That's the reason our hair. Looks normal is that we're the biggest consumers of hairspray in the world. That's why Australia's emissions are so high.
God damn.
Yeah,
sense.
vegan. Shoot.
I mean, the beehive lasted for like 30 years down there.
Wouldn't their hair not be constantly on fire though?
I mean, you know, it's. I'm sure they've got like that's why they all like huddle up on the ocean. So you know when their hair like gets lit on fire, they can just run over to the beach really quickly and dunk their heads. Like I'm pretty sure that's
Well,
why.
they probably
You do know
figured
the
out another chemical they could add to retard the fires.
Fair enough.
Okay, but the first industrial air conditioner was invented in Australia.
See,
Oh, for real?
Let's be clear.
this
Makes sense.
explains Squid's roof. That
Me
is
being
oh,
the mother of all invention and all that.
that brings a whole new understanding for me of bush fires.
Damn it.
Hang on. Let's just. Thank you for the follow, random.
Amazing.
Okay,
Wait. So the fact that we entertained your flat Earth nonsense is now enough for. All right. Everybody has their standard.
Oh, it's the Rogan chimp clip. I mean, this thing is like infamous at this point. Like, I mean, it's literally a meme.
Is he talking to a chimp?
No, it's fucking him
These
losing
are
his.
lame in general, though, man. When's the last time I went to the zoo? I went to San Diego Zoo.
Oh, it's
and I was
edited?
Pissing on everybody, dude. The chimps were everywhere, and they had full freedom, the way people do. Love that noise.
Fucking serious problem.
It would be chaos. You wouldn't be able to leave your house. If there was as many chimps as there were people, you would never be able to get to your car. They would mug you every
eat
chance
you.
they got. They would rip your fucking feet off and fuck your ass. If you don't think chimps will steal babies and eat them, you haven't been paying attention to the literature. Crazy 800-pound silverback
What's wrong
bursting
with
through the
people?
tree.
I remember that. I've
Samoan
actually
babies
watched that
can
whole
run
episode.
fast.
I-
That's what's going to survive.
It's a shame to admit.
Diesel.
Wait, it's even like worse
destroying
intro.
machine, fast
Yeah.
twitch, muscle fiber, and angst, and finally in his life he's become
How is this edited?
special after years of neglect.
Yeah, it just seems like a regular clip to me.
Yeah.
I mean,
I'm not, I'm
kind
not
of.
taking anything out of the place here.
Yeah, it's
Besides
significantly
the
less
camera
edited than one might hope.
I love the reaction cuts.
One
And
second.
that, children, is why we're careful with our creatine.
Well, he takes a little bit more than just creatine. There was one episode he goes into the experimental steroids and other shit as well. Like he does some,
Also, just the regular ones.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Staple
No.
of his that he's talking
and
about.
he does
Oh, in clips on your channel.
testosterone therapy and shit.
You know he's got a blood boy. You know he does.
Yeah.
Which I'm sorry, Vivo. Like which one? Like no context. Like all right, so is it on my channel? Like what are you referencing, Viva? I'm sorry. You've lost me a little bit.
I gotta admit, I watch Rogan sometimes. I haven't in ages, but I do sometimes listen to certain episodes or some stuff because it's just dumb fun sometimes. But as soon as anything gets political with Rogan, it's immediately, oh, okay, here we go.
I mean, he's a meathead. Sooner or later, he's
Here
gonna
comes the
be
dumb shit.
entertaining.
Yeah, he's a sponge. Like, depending on who his guest is, he just switches around his views and shit on things, and he doesn't connect them interdependently. It's really weird. It's like hardcore compartmentalizing and absolute sponge behavior.
I like seeing the episode.
A great interviewer though.
Yeah, no. He does that pretty well.
Yeah, if anything, if it is a grift and
Oh.
he actually has beliefs,
My show.
I'm impressed because he gets people to say shit on his show.
Yeah.
Like Musk, I love all the episodes with Musk. That dude, all you got to do is
Especially-
give him a prompt and he goes.
Oh, all right.
But the thing with all the
What
the
is-
Musk interviews were that Musk was so fucking boring, and all the shit he said was so benign.
All right, so this is what Viva was
Like
after.
he's
I
not
think
actually a genius.
Viva.
Yeah, like he's actually not that smart.
Well, you know what? We're
Creative.
gonna do it anyway, Viva. What is
Elements of
natural is what is natural is what contributes to the survivability of your people. This modern definition of nature as something that simply exists is a horrible distortion.
Isn't this the guy who
Expose
said?
yourself.
No, that was a different one who said that.
I have a lot of
priority is,
good ideas for clips and edits. I need to get into that. I want to make a supercut
Oh,
of every
strength,
time Kai says.
Yeah, no, that anthropogenic strength. Is that the one? I don't think that's the one you meant, Viva. But that is the second one on my list here. Sorry.
Kai, are you ready for a supercut of you saying, but?
Maybe.
What?
Sure.
What?
I'd want to see a supercut of like just every time he's explained anarchism.
Oh yeah, that too.
Oh, so okay, so that was the first one on my list.
I've got this.
All right. Yeah, it was fucking Karina losing their fucking shit on us.
Oh,
Monkey.
So, as I am also talking about, one of my major advocations is taking away authoritarians like pride and making them into farces. Become monkey now means go apeshit. And thinking anything other than that is insulting to monkeys that would rather throw shit at you than form a society. So go apeshit, everybody. Become monkey. And only for a short while. And rejoin us when you're done with your venting.
Brainhead. I don't know if I'm ready for any supercut of me, to be quite frank. But
Yeah, that's why I'm tentatively pushing it
it's
right now.
well,
because
I mean,
thought about
it's
doing it.
fine.
was
Like
"Ah,
I,
that's
you know,
personal."
do it. I just, you know, I don't like. That's
Yeah.
one of those weird things that inevitably happens, and it's just I'm not sure if I'm ready. But there's no way to get ready. You just jump in the pool. So yeah, if you want to make a supercut of me, make a supercut of me.
God, that would take forever.
Yeah, I just love the way you say but, and it's
But-
gonna be about 50 million butts.
But
But
Oh, why does Russell Brand hurt my head? Because he is the embodiment of I'm going to memorize a lot of jargon so that my sentences sound scholarly. That's
Yeah.
everything he says is painfully empty and circular, and yet
Yeah.
he says it with such authority.
well, but
because it gets him laid. That's
But-
basically
yeah,
it gets
but
him laid.
but
that's
his
all he wants to do.
but his
and
takedown of
that's okay.
Hugo Boss at that Fashion Week or that Fashion Award ceremony is still to this day fucking hilarious.
I'm not denying that.
Yeah.
He's perfectly good as a satire, but that's the thing. People think of him as a satirist. He's not. He is a satire. There is a difference. I think he's openly mocking people who listen to him.
Vegans having a conversation with the bot. I mean, it literally says bot at the end of the name. Yes, fucking the Ben Shapiro fucking line about how Ben Shapiro's wife is a doctor.
Do we know what kind of doctor she is?
No, I don't think we were talking about that earlier today on the Discord server too. Like, I don't know. I'm looking right now though, typing. Family medicine.
Right, but like, as a
she's a GP. Yeah, she's a GP.
Okay. It's so boring.
Well, I mean, you know.
I wanted to be like a toe doctor or something just disturbingly specialized.
We know what kind of dildo does she use when she pegs asshole?
Fair question.
There's no cock like horse cock. Send your asshole into shock.
Yikes.
I really do wonder what kind of shit is being sort of hidden on Ben Shapiro's part, because he was a darling of the right at like age 19. They were already having him talk at CPAC, and he was writing books, and this guy has been coddled from
He's an
the
investment. I mean, he's been invested in them from that age on.
I am
He did like a recital for the president when he was like 9.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I want to know how many bodies are buried. There has got to be a stockpile of them. This guy's hiding some horrible shit.
Congratulations, non-binary. I think it's just one of those classic cases of fucking the family's connected.
Yeah.
Like this is. I'm suspicious it's a Matt Gaetz situation. It's going to come out. You know, someone's going to finally leak, or a piece of paperwork is going to hit the fan. I don't know that it'll be child trafficking. I don't think that, but I honestly I think that like he's got like a harem of young boys or something.
Yeah. I mean, honestly,
regardless of made it in Hollywood.
There is a scary thought to think that maybe he was the young boy and simply kept a career from it.
That's possible too. I honestly think that they put too much stock in him too fast.
On the other hand, who is attracted by Ben Shapiro? Like, can you see that?
Oh, sure,
I don't think that's how it works.
Definitely.
Let's see.
But I mean, irregardless from your political, from the political stuff you do, or whatever, if you grow up that connected and protected and whatnot, and like champion the beliefs of the group that's protecting and connecting you, then there's bound to be some shady shit, because just that milieu of being able to get away with way more shit from the get-go, I think it just fosters it.
Yeah, and by the way, I'm not trying to impugn his character. I don't know him personally. I don't know anything about him. I only know that whenever they dump that many resources into a person, they inevitably end up being a horrific creep. Like the dude in the wheelchair, the one that ran and got elected to, is it the Senate? Is he in the Senate or is he in the House?
I have no clue.
Claimed that he was in the Marines, and actually he never was. He was paralyzed in a car accident that was his fault. You know, just all of these horrible things that came out, and they dumped money into his campaign.
Madison Cawthorn is what Duffy said.
That
one. Like, honestly, I just think it's a case of natural selection. Like, they saw a guy that was not only very energetic, that put a lot of efforts in his advocacy, but also was effective at, like, he pulled numbers. Like, people went to see him, you know, say some dumb shit in colleges. It's an intersection of being from a wealthy family, being like unrepentant, just and
Jesus Christ,
basically is chick working to some extent.
There's 17. There's 17 channels hosting me right now.
Huh.
The thing that stands out to me specifically about Shapiro is he clearly doesn't want the job he has, as Kai has so generously offered, and I offer as well. there are many things that either of us would do if you can get us a hold of that script that he wrote that he kept shopping around to Hollywood and they never picked up on it because we've read his books and oh dear God.
Oh, the things I would do for that script.
Oh, you don't want to know the things I would do.
Oh,
I
need that script in my life. Yes, I need that script.
And what does that tell you? That he doesn't want the life he has. He wants to be a writer so badly.
Yep.
And he's so bad at it.
Yeah.
He's gotten what he wanted now.
Didn't you wrote
18 now.
movie
Backwards
about
way.
Hang on,
shooting?
Binary.
Yeah, no, he didn't just write that. He directed and produced that.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's desperate to be like a Hollywood mogul.
Well,
He's been
his
trying to
parents
do that
are.
the whole time.
Like, that's the thing. His parents are Hollywood people.
Which is what makes me really suspicious that there are some massive bodies buried in that closet there. And I really want to know what at least one or two of them are.
Yeah,
I just think is the intersection of both connected, but nobody wants to work with him in creative circles.
Well, they've clearly read his writing.
And while we're on the topic, I'll do it one more time, and I'll do it Friday as well. But Friday after the show, since the night show has a different crew sometimes. Friday after Friday's show, which is at 5:30 p.m., but we'll probably get off around like 9:30 ish. An hour to an hour and 15 minutes after we get done with that show, we're doing Bad Movie Fridays on the Discord
Looking
server.
forward to that.
Yeah. So we've got this week's movie and next week's movie already picked out. And so yeah, if you want to join us on the Discord server after Friday night's show, we will be watching terrible movies for the foreseeable future for as long as people want to do this. We kicked it off with the best bad movie possibly ever last Friday, and so we'll be doing that for a while.
Can we watch Neil Brennan movies?
I mean,
Neil
Do you
Brennan.
mean Neil Breen?
Neil Breen.
yeah.
Neil Breen.
The movie we watched last week has been described as a vanity project that exceeds Neil Breen's vanity projects. Right? Like that's what we
see. How was it?
Oh, it was the greatest film ever in the history of films.
I watched it on YouTube. I was impressed with how well it stacked up against The Room.
It is legitimately the best thing ever. Like, we had so much fun. Just like, what in the fuck? Dude, that first 5 minutes is batshit insane. Like, it just, you're like, oh, okay, and now we're in Kenya, I guess.
The
Oh,
row
okay.
of muscular black men and then this
Pudgy white dude.
inflatable dough of white boy. And like, what is happening?
It was so amazing. I'm telling you, the movie is fucking brilliant. Like, maybe we'll do a rescreen of it or something like that, like in a month or so or something. It is legitimately amazing. I just... It's the best goddamn movie ever.
It sounds like it.
Here's a reminder that Rush Limbaugh is dead. Fair enough. I respect it.
Yeah, very true.
No, yeah. So we're doing Bad Movie Fridays. And so anybody who wants to join, feel free. If you're already on the Discord server, then yeah, like I said, about an hour to hour and 15 after the show wraps on Friday nights, it'll be on be in Discord. It's just long enough so I can speed run some food.
Hey, Rush Limbaugh said that God punishes people according to their sin. He did a radio show, died from throat cancer. Just saying.
Just a coincidence. Coinky dink. By the way, Cat, how awake are you still?
Is
I'm
this-
awake.
Is this the Russian anthem brought to you by Simon Says?
Okay, all right. Hang on. Who's gonna trigger it? Somebody trigger it. Random said, "Do you agree with the fact that Alex Jones is an intellectual?"
Ladies and gentlemen, Alex Jones here from Proudly Radical. Since I owe Kai a few favors from back in the old days. Shit, I
Give you your
probably
points
shouldn't
back,
talk about
Squid.
that. Wait, why are you still recording? Fine. Just be sure to edit it out. Anyways, as I was saying, this is Alex Jones, and I just wanted to teach the proletariat a few things about anarchism. Anarchism isn't about chaos. In fact, it's quite the opposite. Anarchism is about the people. It's about solidarity and mutual aid. It's about removing unjust authority and hierarchies. We should all be anarchists. The world would be a better place. Now, I'm going to apologize again to all those parents whose lives I ruined because I'm such a douchebag. Jones, out! All right, Kai, this has got to make us even for that incident you helped me out with.
You didn't... Random, you didn't expect me to know Alex Jones, did you?
Amazing.
Yeah, AJ and I go... Yeah, AJ and I go way back. Like you said, you know, I helped him out with a couple of things. No big deal, you know.
We can to Kai flying a helicopter, Alex Jones shaking in a blanket, looking distressed.
Everybody has their own head canon for it, and that's I've never like even suggested or gone like I just love that everybody has their own head canon for it. Like what did Kai help Alex Jones with?
Oh, I just have him
come up with a new one every time I hear it.
I just picture him recording that thing, right? That spiel, wearing that frog onesie. I don't need the backstory. The actual story is good enough for me.
When are they gonna turn this frog gay?
Thank you.
I never did understand that whole gay frogs thing.
Well, it's based off the studies due to the endocrine disruptors that were from some of the industrial runoff, the fertilizer, and the sunscreen that was causing hermaphroditism within some of the fish populations off the Pacific coast. And so it's this sort of like game of telephone involving Alex Jones and a series of like actual studies, which is hilarious, to be perfectly honest. Of all of the crazy ass fucking just buck nutty conspiracies that fell out of that man's mouth, that one's probably the closest to the actual truth, and it's the one we give him the most shit for, which is just amazing.
That's what I mean.
Yeah.
And it's like a twofer. On the one hand, actually, he wasn't wrong about that. And on the other, he was so mad about it.
Yeah.
Like, is he mad about gay frogs? Is that like?
Well, it was more about like they're coming, like they're reducing the population and they're coming for us and that sort of thing. Like this is just another example of how the controllers of our society are reducing fertility rates within men and causing all sorts of. It was that line of argumentation.
Yeah, this is when the Illuminati.
It can't be rampant deregulation and capitalism. It has to be a conspiracy.
Oh, I thought he was just mad that they were gonna start wearing like muscle tees and shorts.
No, he thought the government was planning on like altering a percentage of the population's DNA to force them to turn gay.
It could be non-binary. I could have sworn it was, again, like, I don't know, like, we'd have to find the original Alex Jones bit and see what he's referencing. But, you know, who knows? It could be the PTFE.
I watched an actual video that broke down, like, every single one of his claims and, like, went through it, like, reverse engineering. It's like, how is this making sense?
I'm sorry, Libra, like, let's just celebrate Ancom Libra. Ancom Libra subbed, and it didn't pop. It's not on my list or anything. So we're gonna take a moment to recognize Libra and thank Libra for subbing. Thank you kindly, Libra. Let me there we go. It's a secret. Hey, no, that popped. And thank you for the biddies, Rabbit. It's a sign, a Libra sign. Oh, that's anybody off the top of their heads, the NSFW chat filter shit, like that's in your app settings, right? Yes.
It should just be the little tool gear.
Yeah, go to the gear in the top right corner, scroll down and look for hide offensive language and disable the fuck out of that stupid ass shit. Yes, Cappy, here, hang on. I will give you more Cappy. There's Cappy is so dang cute. There you go. Well, that's really a good idea, Weasel. Thank you.
Plus, there's that Cappy lurk.
Yes.
Which is
Yeah. That was the original. And the artist who did that actually lives in Venezuela. Yeah, the artist who drew Cappy is Venezuelan. And fucking did the lurk emote, and I went back a few months later. I was like, I need like a full Cappy. Like I need like Cappy. And so yeah, I'm gonna have more Cappy drawn up by that artist one of these days. Like, okay, so now I need an animated Cappy. Are you capable?
That's one that you kept having to tell to sign their work, wasn't it?
Oh no, that's somebody else. That's Fister, okay. Actually. Fister Gently is the motherfucker that I have to keep telling to sign their damn work. But yeah. No, yeah. It's Fister. Did I pay that person? Yes, I paid that person, Viva. It was a commercial transaction between us. And I'm a
sellout.
Yes. Well, if anybody in the community could give me his fucking cute a goddamn Cappy. I'm sorry, Cappy's done. Like, the artist is chosen. All right? Like, that's... I know who draws Cappy. So, you know.
It's only going to be considered fan art.
Viva. Fair enough. Did you say the other day you found somewhere ethical for wearable merch? Not wearable merch. I have a place that can produce the sticker and the mug within reason that I'm okay with. But the wearable one, I haven't found a place that can actually embroider Cappy correctly yet. I'm still working on that, let alone wearable, ethical, eco-friendly wearable merch with Cappy on it that doesn't look like a fucking like nightmare apocalyptic zombie version of Cappy. No, I haven't found that yet.
It is kind of amazing how badly they fuck up embroidery.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Let's see. Hard take, serious one this time, says Plaid. Despite being a person with a disability, I believe that human beings should be able to use science to edit our DNA to prevent certain genetic conditions from passing between parent to child. I'm a transhumanist. I'm okay with that.
But the big question is informed consent. You know, when you get to the point where you're talking about, well, no, we will eliminate this population, and then you're like,
oh, okay, I mean, we always have to start the transhumanism conversation with, all right, I'm not one of those weird eugenicists, right? Like, that's always how the conversation starts. It's like,
a raid incoming.
There's a raid incoming?
Yes.
Okay.
Oh, well, Squid, like, I don't know in your part of the world. I can't verify for Australia. I've got one for this part of the world. Shipping a sticker across the Pacific Ocean probably isn't that ethical. The only ethical production of a sticker would have to be in Australia to do that. Because yeah, again, shipping like, you know, I don't know how much this weighs, but I'm pretty sure you know, trans-Pacific flights. Momo! What is up, Momo and Momo's people?
Shit, I was about to bow out and go bug her. Okay, fine.
Too late.
Be that way.
That's what you get.
Clearly.
It has been, and Momo, if you want to jump on there, you're welcome to. It's been a weird night. It's been an interesting one. We've had, you know, as you can see by the panel stuff, we've definitely leaned into it. Let's see. I was just checking. Okay, so your Momo was the first official like test person for this. Momo is getting a mug and a sticker because that's how we're doing it. And it looks like Momo's Cappy mug and sticker have been processed through Phoenix at this time. So, yeah, it looks like they're taking their sweet ass time. It looks like it's going to be there next Tuesday. So.
Just for kicks, here are the emotes that I've made that are on this platform.
Yeah, Momo, I need to do that too, quite frankly. Top 10 ridiculous Alex Jones moments.
That's hard to narrow down.
Yeah, right.
I'm mad. I'm animated, and I'm coming.
I mean, we've shown before, like, let's see, hang on. Fucking, there we go. There it is.
If you want go to your local pottery class and learn. It's very.
Here's the male vitality supplements results.
Damn that picture.
My skin just got all that much redder, you know.
Well, as good Dr. Peterson said, it turns you into a lobster.
Does that poor man not know what a sunburn is? Is that the problem?
I don't even think he sucked it in, quite frankly. Yeah, it does look like he's got excess body hair. Like, it looks like he grew extra body hair somehow.
Of course, they put testosterone in it. Like, of course they do.
He would have, dude, if he was, 45 days isn't much. That's, honestly, testosterone supplementation in 45 days wouldn't cause that amount of growth, hair growth. I highly doubt it. Yeah.
Of course, if he were juicing for muscle, he probably could have gotten away with it if he was actually working out.
Yeah, and that's the thing. Like, even in those that don't work out, because there's a few HIV studies involving testosterone supplementation that talk about how, like, lean muscle gain without workout programs and stuff like that. And I think it's like 150 mils per week. Supplementation saw something like 3.6 kilograms of lean muscle, but that was over the course of something like 7 or 9 months. So
yeah, that sounds about right.
Yeah. Bone broth. Yes, exactly. All right, fair enough, Momo. Yeah, I'm getting to that point too where I'm starting to think about that. Oh, crack the neck. The gay frogs is at 10 minutes.
I think it's more of a grift that he shaved for the first one and like maybe waited a day or two.
Oh god.
And it's like
this is a Watch Mojo video. Watch Mojo did a top 10 ridiculous Alex Jones even. Fucking A.
That's how you know you've arrived. You've made a Watch Mojo top 10.
I can't bring myself. Like, all right, here's what's going to happen. I'm going to dump into a random place. We're going to watch 45 seconds of whatever the fuck I land on in Alex Jones.
Community.
Robert Rodriguez, I would say it's a 90% chance right now, is going to trigger racial riots and racial killings.
He actually said there was a 90% chance the movie would cause a race war. Well, maybe not enough Mexican Americans saw it because nothing happened.
You've been given the green light to create a race riot film to create
about the movie
division in this
Machete.
nation so the globalists can play whites and Hispanics and others off against each other.
Number 8, government-controlled weather.
In the next 10 minutes, I'm going to break down
God, that's a hell of a studio.
so incredibly important, I don't even feel worthy to bring you this information.
This was a subject so important that Jones said he wasn't worthy to bring us the information about
he just said,
Humility
thanks,
began,
Watch Mojo.
however, he did it
Brilliant
anyway.
journalism.
Jones starts off by claiming that, quote, a whole host of strange and radioactive chemicals.
All right, I hate Watch Mojo. I'm sorry. I would very much enjoy fucking listening to Alex go on that rant, but I mean, Oh god, yeah, this is the God doesn't know where he came from, Joe Rogan, Alex Jones thing.
Does God know his origin story? Has he read the book?
But yeah, it's literally the most insufferable thing in that video is watch Mojo, not Alex Jones. So yeah, Alex Jones, like stop. This is script writing 101. Don't tell me, show me. Right?
Or especially if they're going to then speak, don't recite what they're going to say.
It just Watch Mojo just terrible. But I mean, there's a whole bunch of those fucking channels. God, there's like the rise of the Reddit channels on YouTube. Like there's literally like a malicious compliance YouTube channel now that has nothing to do. It's just somebody who fucking basically scrapes malicious compliance and fucking makes videos out of it. Like it's absolutely the laziest fucking shit I've ever seen.
I didn't even know that was a thing.
Yeah, it's a thing. There's a bunch of them now. Like the latest I just saw was malicious compliance, but there's a bunch going a ways back. Yeah, exactly. Reddit channels are super cringe. Like it's just like, oh god.
I feel like it's just a return to the old like America Online chats. Like, there's 9 million chats and they're all about nothing.
Like Seinfeld.
Squid. I mean, it is. Yeah, it just is. It's fucking lazy as shit. Somebody made a 30-minute deep dive into gay frogs. Nice. All right.
Hey, Ramsey.
Deep dive into gay frogs. Anyway.
But
it was there. We haven't had any chuds in a while. I'm kind of
remind yourself that amphibian comes from the Greek that means goes both ways.
So frogs are causing bisexuality in America. Confirmed. Got it. Got it.
Not in China.
No.
Remember.
Nor Africa, nor India.
Right. The Chinese and the Africans.
Yes.
No gays.
Yes, no gays. Yeah, that is a thing. See, and the French are eating frogs. See, so the French are on the front lines of the battle against the gay agenda.
That's good of you. That's good of you taking one for the team there.
It makes you fucking think.
It really does. It does. It's dedication.
Making a difference, one leg at a time.
Yes, it's this is galaxy brain shit we're getting into now.
By the way, has anybody else gotten a DM? Like, did that just cease?
Yeah, Squid? You were getting them for a while. Anyway, are you still getting DMs from Pastry? That motherfucker's name is gone. Like, he's in my head as Pastry now. Like, that's just... I'll remember him as Pastry. I got blocked. So Libra, no DM since. Squid got blocked. So it looks like Pastry's probably gone on to, flake somewhere else.
Did Cat ever get one? Because I didn't.
Cat's there we go.
No. Yeah.
How's your weeb rhythm game going?
Well, there's that as well, but I'm also just like uncomfortably high. Like I'm just trying to ride it out.
Oh, no.
What does that even mean?
You about to get out there, bud?
I'm just fucking,
Okay.
Cat has evolved into super high cat at this point. I can tell. Did you get any? Did you grab any herb from like out here when you're here? You're like.
I paid for this fucking what's it called? I fucking forgot the proper fucking shatter like little thing. So it's like I'm fucking just having fun with that right now.
Nice. Yeah.
Fucking, I think it's something like 92% THC.
Yeah, sounds about right.
Yeah, it's about killing my ass right now. So there's that.
Yeah, see, Cat needs to do like a giggle-based OnlyFans. That would be amazing. Makes so much bank.
Dude, that's a good
Really,
Public,
Is
yes.
this a thing we tell people now?
Cat, what rhythm game are you playing? Quaver, that's it. I was like, it's some community open source fucking rhythm game, I know, but yeah, public, Quaver.
You know.
Never heard of that.
I haven't fucking touched Osu yet, just because like I refuse to buy like the little thing.
We need to make a game of chicken between Kat and Joe. Like the last of you folks who start an OnlyFans is the worst comrade.
An active OnlyFans, nonetheless. OnlyFans account.
well, but you're becoming genres because Joe's gonna have like the long hair Nordic
Kaiser.
look, and Kat's gonna have like the giggly cat-eared kind of stoner twink thing happening. I mean, it's a different.
And Anarcho Anachronism, by the way, great name still. About to hit this dab because my sleep meds are fucking juicing. Fucking dope stream. This was fun. Thank you so much for the gift sub. I'll be back for sure. Take a good night, all. Anachronism. Sleep well.
Yeah.
Sleep well.
Nighty night.
See, but here's the big roadblock in that town.
Sorry, girl. Good one. The drink of the left. Comrade.
Yeah. Comrade. Fucking, but the problem there, Rabbit, is that I just don't look like a fucking twink in like literally any capacity. Ask Kai, he's seen me.
Yeah, but you're under the age of 30. You can just claim it.
No.
It's fine.
Yeah, no. Just no. Just universal veto. No.
I'm not saying once they get in there they'll be like impressed. I'm just saying.
You fucking talk about false advertising like a motherfucker up in there.
I feel like you need to see me, Rabbit, to understand the situation here.
Cat is the opposite of a twink.
Yeah.
So Squid, yes, and
Actually, I don't know. Cat, what's your body hair situation?
It's all right. It's not. I'm not like as hairy as a bear, but I got some scruff.
Yeah.
The best part of that? I know that you actually looked down.
Yeah, I could hear it too. Yeah, we could hear it. Like as you were like, let me look. Well.
Sorry, I have to think about this. Do I have butt? Yeah, I do. It's there.
Question for those who know: how would Kat look with a Rocky Horror Picture Show getup?
Oh, like okay. So like Tim like it was a Tim Curry? Yeah. Well, I mean, I would pay to see that. It'd be funny as fuck, quite frankly. Cat is a big fucking Latino dude. Like, I mean, this is like that's the best description of Cat.
I talk about it all the time.
Yeah, like Cat is fucking like a big brick house of a fucking person.
Wait, are we talking about spots here?
I'm like,
by the way, Cat, I started boxing and jiu-jitsu.
Oh, nice. Fuck,
Just once a week though, but.
Well, I mean, get your reps in where you can.
Well, fishnets don't care.
That's true.
Oh, Momo said hi, Joe.
Hey, Momo.
He'd look fabulous. I don't know what Cat looks like, but he rocked the shit out of it by attitude. I still didn't get what he said.
How tall are you, Cat? How tall are you again?
I'm fucking like 5'11" on a good day, 5'10" thereabouts.
Oh, I thought you were bigger than me.
Well, I mean, okay, so hang on.
I'm lucky to be 5'10".
That's 180. So you're pretty much my exact size.
All right, so Cat, look at the screen. This is who we're talking about.
Okay, let's see. Yeah, I could probably rock that. It wouldn't look super amazing, but I'd definitely do it.
Okay, wait, you're 5'10", you're 5'10" and 180?
No, he said like 180 centimeters. He was just doing the translation.
1 meter and 80
centimeters. I was like, why aren't you saying you're a big ass Latino?
No.
180.
6 feet.
I don't know. I'm 5'11". I'm like 5'10", 5'11"-ish, around there. Fucking like.
I'm 5'11".
I want to say like 250. I want to say like 250 right now, 255 thereabouts.
Who cares?
And
okay.
And if he punches you, you're going to feel it.
I just heard me fucking working the bag over the phone. I'm just casually having a conversation, but
Yeah.
you know, just
Like, how much does your banana bag weigh?
it's like 170.
Yeah, he's punching a
It's a big
fucking
weight.
yeah.
Yeah, I've battled with you. I've battled with guys about your size before.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's not.
Cat'll put a dent in it.
it.
Yeah. What was it? What were the
'cause
bags?
Mass is a thing.
Yeah, because you went to the gym
That's
recently.
why
What were those bags that you were punching? What were their weights?
Oh, the ones that I was fucking working on, like I went to I just said fuck it, I need to get some reps in. So I was basically like smashing the fuck out of like some 80-pounders, and it's just like fuck, why aren't my shins hurting? Like that was the first thing that I thought when I kicked these things. Just like what?
Cat told me he's like, you know, I'm like bending these bags in half and shit. Like, yeah, whatever.
See, when like the guys that I fought that are built like Cat, like I don't trust those motherfuckers. You get out of the way.
You just land. All they need to do is land one. Like,
exactly.
That's it.
That's why you maneuver.
And that's the thing is that I
never let him hit
Leverage.
you.
It's all about leverage.
Right, and here's the thing about me is that I'm what's known as a Muay Thai fighter, which is basically a fighter that specializes in knees and short range roundhouses. So these fucking shins and knees are coming at you. Like that's just what I do. I don't fucking sit here and piece you up with my hands.
Yeah, with Cat, you gotta go for the takedown immediately if you can.
100%.
Something against it, immediately go to the takedown.
My jiu-jitsu is garbage, so it's not a bad idea.
I mean, the easier way is to just shoot him.
Well, there's that. I mean, that's the first thing Kai has told me. You know, it's like, you know,
21 feet. You're inside that ring. You just pull the trigger.
I had a friend who was a sheriff's trainer at ACAB. I'm not
Night
I'm not arguing
Public.
that.
Love you.
But he was training sheriff's deputies, and they were talking about like specialty weapons. So he brought out a guy who was a bullwhip professional. Like this was a dude that did rodeo shows and shit. Like put a camel out at 20 feet. And so he has them all do a circle, and it's like about 20 feet back, so the whip's not going to actually touch anybody. And he's like bouncing the whip off of their noses and shit, saying, "Okay, get the whip away from him." And they all try to rush him. And so he knocks the whip in their face. And after about 2 minutes of watching these guys making fools of themselves, finally he pulls out his gun and goes, "Put the whip down, sir."
Vegan.
Solution to this.
Vegan. Usually it's more politics centric, but like I said, I knew this was going to be a weird show, so I leaned into it. I have one of these types of shows once every 2 weeks, something like that. You know, sometimes once a week, depending on how many chuds and tankies I have to put up with. And last night we had somebody who was arguing against civilization as a concept. We needed a night off. So
But he had poetry.
Yeah, but he had poetry. Fair enough. Enough.
Does anyone here know the author, novelist, and I guess he was also teaching at a university, Barry Hanna in the United States?
No.
Mississippi Marin. I know someone who's related to him, and he had a story at a university where there was this other dude who was talking mad shit about with these some martial arts or like Asian martial arts and some stuff that I practiced a little bit. You could easily someone with a gun doesn't have a chance. You could easily disarm them and blah blah blah. That's bullshit. And talking this big game. He was discussing with this guy. So next day, he just comes to campus with a loaded revolver, stands in front of him, just pulls it out, aims it at him, says, "Disarm me, motherfucker," and the dude just fucking crumbled.
Who is this? Who's fucking?
Yeah.
Oh, is this okay? Yeah. All right. Fucking. This just got dumped into shared content.
Go to bed at a reasonable hour.
It was entitled "Story of Kai's Stream." I mean, I'm in this post, and I don't approve. Yeah, like exactly. Fucking Ramsey. What time is it in the Netherlands? Is it the same time as Germany and France? Like, are y'all in just in the same time zone? What time is it in the Netherlands?
Telling you, Europe, the most populous peninsula on the planet.
Same time as the Frenchie and the German. All right, thank you, Dutchie. Thank you, non-binary. Yeah, it's I am considering though, if anybody has any single-digit streamers that they know and like or I mean dislike, I suppose, depending on if we want to fucking bunch of degenerates that you are. Start giving me their names and I'll start checking them out, see who we can raid out to eventually.
Whomst among us.
But yeah. Oh god, every time I still say Squid, someone, Momo, like I still think of someone 7070. That is somebody whose name is burned into my goddamn brain, right? Like if you wanna last in my psyche, like bring something interesting, and someone was holy shit.
What did this person accomplish?
Someone was single digit streamers. Non-binary. So yeah, they have to be like 9 or down viewers.
I have Norrain __.
Put it in chat because I copy paste. I'm too lazy at this point. Someone 7070. Yeah, again, this person's doing just fine too. What streamer do I hate the most? I mean, I don't really like. I don't know. Who do I hate? Like, I don't know. Pick a tanky.
Wow. Central Committee.
I just, they annoy me the most, quite frankly. So, yeah. Oh, yeah. Right. You forgot Rabbit missed someone. Okay, so someone's entire shtick was that there are no such thing as gay men. In fact, Fertus is already like, oh, it's coming back to me.
Wait, I've heard of this.
There is no such thing as gay men. Gay men were propagandized and brainwashed by society and the educational system. Had they been left alone, they would be transgender.
I've heard of this.
Yes.
Yes. Autogynephilia. That was the original explanation for autogynephilia.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yep.
I know that one.
I remember that term.
Tam, I don't know what that says about you either, but you're always welcome and you know you are. Let's see. Infrared. Yeah, you know what? Let's go with infrared. That's fine. I'm okay with fucking. I don't see. Here's the thing, vegan. I don't have room in my life for like that level of hate. Right? Like, I know there's people that actually feel that are like, ooh, I hate them. And it's like just some parasocial relationship. It's like, I don't have that much time or energy in my life for that sort of shit. Right? Like, there aren't any streamers I hate. That's just the truth of the matter. There are some that I would really, really, really wish would just not stream anymore. And so, yeah, infrared certainly falls into that category. But yeah, as far as hate, no. I reserve hate for like people that actually deserve it. Like, hey, I murdered like these 12 kids. Oh, cool. You're not a good person.
Remind me not to come to your parties.
Yeah, exactly. Oh, Ramsey, don't look for like nuance in someone's fucking I don't know, statements. It was the weirdest fucking. We indulged them for like 3 hours maybe, like because it was the craziest fucking shit, right? Like somebody like walks up and says like, oh, by the way, you're not gay, you're trans. All right, I'm in. Fine. Yeah. You hooked me. Let's do this. Yeah, like we're in. Unfortunately, they came back the next day and started the same spiel, and we're like, yeah, it's boring now. Get a new shtick. Bam. So yeah, they became obnoxious, and you know, it's that sort of thing. They went elsewhere as well, but yeah, by day 2, everybody was sick of it, and so yeah.
Yeah, they were insta-banned by the chat.
Yeah, it's like, and you're gone. Yeah, nobody wanted to hear it for a second day. But yeah, we indulged it. It was a few hours of just like, I need to hear more. Like, I please inform me how the school system in rural Vermont and in Tennessee indoctrinated me into being a gay male instead of being trans. Please explain this to me. Like, if you're looking for what their explanation was, there isn't one, really. It was, you know, fucking Western culture, society, fucking expectations. It was a bunch of bullshit.
What's 3-Up Moon?
I think Momo has mentioned them before. Let me
I don't know.
Let me check. Yeah. I have them. I have them in my history. So they are a person that I have at least been made aware of. They see. Oh yeah. They're the retro gamer. I'm pretty sure I've rated them once before.
Are they prepared for it?
Yeah. I mean, they're usually. I mean, we're not that huge. We're fucking and we don't seem to be bringing in. Well, I don't know. I don't know if Pastry's still hanging in there or not. Quite frankly, it looks like 3-Up's camera is borked right now, to be completely honest, and it looks like No Rain has walked away entirely. That is a really nice room, though.
I mean, it's fake. It's
is that a green screen? Okay.
It's his green screen.
Okay, I'm like, holy shit, that is a really fucking nice room.
No, it's pretend.
Okay.
He's in Arizona.
All right, I was like, God,
now I want to see
damn.
this really nice room.
This.
Here's the link in chat. I dropped it in chat. Just click the link.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, and since it's such a small, like, it's down in the corner, I'm like, you know, you're not sure. Is like, is this shit a green screen or not? Like, holy fuck. Ramsey getting ideas up here. Yeah, they spewed some Bible verses too. Yeah. It was.
I mean, the real room that's based on.
Like, you know, yeah, like, it's like, god damn. Some Venetian Prince shit going on.
It is at 11 anyway, so.
All right, so. Well, I mean, 2 or 3 of those at least are us right now.
Yeah, probably.
So I'm okay with that. 3-Up. Let's see. Let me hear their audio. All right.
See, I'm not a gender abolitionist, as far as I can tell. From the people that I've talked to who tend to say that they are that, I am clearly not that. But I also don't assert that gender exists.
I mean,
I don't really know where that would put me.
It's probably in like the nihilist realm.
Vegan, who are you asking, are you an American to? It's always weird when people ask me that. It's like, me? Yeah, I'm an American.
Have you considered not being an American?
I have considered it, but there's this weird thing. The United States government claims worldwide jurisdiction on my ass. It's a really fascinating thing. Yeah.
And it actually costs more money to get rid of your citizenship than it does to just pay off your debts and meh.
It's absolutely stupid. Yeah. Why is it weird? Oh, why is it weird when people ask me if I'm an American? I'm pretty sure I'm fairly obviously American. I don't have any of the Canadian boots or sorries.
He leaks it out of his eyeballs.
Oh, thanks. Like, you
red,
can...
white, blue.
It's true and you know it.
Yeah. Yes, it's true and you know it. Just accept it, Karina.
Did I say a boot there at all? It's about.
Yeah, no, it's not a boot. It's actually about.
Okay, that's fair.
Yeah, I know how y'all actually do it. But for, you know, publication purposes, it's a boot. It's about. It's like Minnesotan.
Yeah,
It's that part of the world. Yeah.
Oh, hey there, bud. You want to go out back and take a spliff out the biff and take some of that green stuff down our hoofs, and then we go out, take a toboggan, and then we're gonna go sledding. Don't forget your toque.
Further proof Canadians do not speak English.
I mean, clearly they don't. I mean, they're not even. I mean, let's face it. Are they? Have we?
We don't speak English. We speak Scottish.
Have you considered that Canada may not be real?
Look, Canada is
what?
just, it's the Pepsi Coke dichotomy. America, the United States invented Canada so that they had someone that they could point to and say, yeah, not that.
There's a Cleve Cussler novel about how the protagonist is sent into this super secret mission to retrieve this document from a lost train that's submerged and everything. And the document actually proves that Canada is a part of the United States, and technically it is. We own it.
Of course.
Yeah.
Oh God.
I mean, there had to be. We have an invasion plan. It was originally codified in something like 1860.
Yeah.
But
just in case, you never know. Fucking,
The U.S. Schlieffen plan, my God.
We burnt your shit down.
I mean, yeah, we need to keep an eye on the Canadians.
Fair.
We'll do it again.
Yeah.
We want to do it again.
You can't trust them. They they get you with like the folksy dialect and shit, and you think, oh, they're all about hockey, beer, and poutine. No. They have militarized and weaponized beavers. I'm telling you, you have to keep an eye on that. They have a secret spec ops teams of like black ops beavers.
About that.
Yeah, that they will. Oh yeah.
Look, if Stu was with us right now, he could attest to this. Why are moose so goddamn angry? Canadians.
Canadians. It's you can't trust them. You just can't. The American police goat can handle beavers, I'm sure. Hey, radio. All right, so
that poor dog that they shot.
So did anyone ever show I guess show Kai the lamp clip? I don't know. But it's a little late for that now. Anyway. Oh, look, 42. The right number. So thank you to everybody who all right, rock on. Thank you. Who hung out through this, it was one of those streams, and we need them from time to time. Everyone, we're going to go raid out to No Rain, who seems to be doing something or other. I don't fucking know at this point. But we're going to raid out to No Rain. We're going to say hi. We're going to take our degeneracy over there for a little bit.
Excellent.
Hope you guys are as well as you can be. 5:30 p.m. show tomorrow. See you then. Let's raid out. And we are rated, and we are